How's everybody doing today? Just want to tell you guys that today I'm 55. It's cool. It's cool. No need for ticker tape parade. But yeah, so, I'm 55 today. Somebody might say, Tone, how does it feel to be 55? You know what it feels like? It feels like you work out every day and the only results are you're in pain. That's what it feels like. It feels like I lift weights constantly and I'm always in pain, like my back hurts all the time. But glad I'm here. It's a blessing. What did I do for my birthday? Nothing. What did I buy myself? Absolutely nothing. Uh, yeah, I didn't really buy myself anything. No cake, no parties, no phone calls. It's like every birthday I've had for the last 20 years. My sister called me though. She did. Yeah, happy birthday to me. Didn't do anything special. It's cold outside, lots of snow. Shoveled some snow though. Got that out the way. Went to Lowe's, got a little shovel, got some salt, some other little stuff. My trucks are running good. Can't complain about that. Rent's paid. Bills are paid. Bills are paid up at this pace. bills are paid. But happy birthday to me. Tomorrow's the holiday, right? The big one. Will you guys celebrate Christ Mass? I do not celebrate Christ Mass. But I used to. I used to enjoy the music. Back when I was a kid, and the white people, ching 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 ching, I look a band on. And I have to say that Christmas is the most magical time of the year. It made me feel good. That's the one thing I miss about Christmas. But when I got older, I didn't really have anybody to do those things with. Plus, I don't really believe in it because it has nothing to do with Christ. Uh, but the magic, the seeing people happy about, get gifts. That was cool. That was cool. Seeing kids happy about getting stuff. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I don't celebrate Christmas, but I do like when the little ones, you know, life is rough, you know what I'm saying? So the little ones, when they open their stuff and they, you know, that's good stuff. It just, it makes you feel okay. It doesn't last long because the reality of, reality hits you. But for that moment, that pocket of time. Like I understand that, even though, it has nothing to do with, Jesus the Christ. I understand the pocket of time and what it does forever. Because you can come back to that pocket of time and you can look at those pictures, those movies, whatever, and you go, remember this. The kids old, the kids, out of the house, got their own family. They don't come around anymore. You're old and decrepit. But you can always go back to when Johnny or Lisa or little Daryl, you know what I'm saying, little Jamaica, when they were running around 5, 6 years old, and they wanted, I don't know what kids want nowadays, whatever they want, some electronics. And you got it for them, Nerf. And the kids got to play. So I do understand that part of Christmas. And even though I'm not dating and I don't have a woman, if I did date, had a woman, and she had children, 10 and under, tweens, you can forget it. I probably did, if I'm dating her, I probably bought them something already. But the 10 and under, 8, 9, I would have probably got them something, It'd have probably been something cool too. Because kids at that age, they're not tainted by the BS of adulthood. Even though the world is, tilting over on its head, people are doing the most heinous things to each other. If you could preserve some happiness, I guess Christmas is the time to do it. Just for that day. Like I can still remember my birthday when I was 14. And we were broke as hell. We were starving. We were very, very, very broke. Very, very, very poor. Very poor. And, being at my birthday is Christmas Eve. My mother would ask me what I wanted all the time. And one year I was like, I want a bike. I'm 14, almost 15. I'm almost a man enough. I was like, I want a bike. And she's like, what kind of bike? I said, I want a Schwinn 10 speed. You know what I mean? I had no idea how I was going to get a Schwinn, but it's what I wanted. My mother went out when I don't know where she got the money from. And she went and found, you couldn't go online back then. She went to some guy, I don't know who she bought it from. She got that bike and she begged the bus driver to bring it home because it's her son's birthday. And because the bus driver was like, you can't bring that on the bus. She was like, please, it's my son's birthday. Please let me bring it on the bus. She was riding the bus in the winter, in the dead of winter, like it is out here. And we lived in Pittsburgh, so it's even colder. She brought it home in the ice and snow. When I saw that bike, that was it for me. I never forgot that bike. It was blue. It had white writing on it. I wore that bike out. I rode that bike until it fell apart. I used that bike to go everywhere. I loved that Schwinn 10 speed. I love my mother for getting it for me. I never forgot it. Not to mention, when I was 15, she threw me a party. And all my little hood friends, we were all living in projects. They came over and I had a birthday party. And we was doing our little dance. It was cool, had cake and everything. She made my favorite food and we all ate it. We had a big old turkey and candy yams was my favorite food. It still is. I just don't cook it. And she had the, she made bread and oh my God, whew. Oh, it was so good. It was a great birthday. For my 17th birthday, my dad, God rest his soul, and my mother's her too, she's passed. My dad bought me, he didn't buy it for me. He gave me a car. He gave me a 1976 Cutlass Supreme. I wore that damn car out. I wore that car out. So I didn't get a lot of presents, but I got what I wanted. And I didn't even ask my dad for that. I didn't live with my dad. He lived in Ohio, I lived in Pittsburgh. But he was just like, here you go. He's like, don't get in any trouble because I'm not going down with you. But I lived in a project, so, I showed up with a card. All the kids my age didn't have one. I'm driving around. I had my license. They all wanted to ride with me, but they didn't want to give me no gas money. And I told them, I said, y'all got to give me some gas money, man. We all broke, but it's going to run off. They all turned on me. They turned on me. I come outside one day, all the glass was busted on the car. They tore it up. They tore that car up. But I got it for my birthday. The biggest present I ever got, I got myself. I bought myself a Chevy Avalanche. 07. I still have it. Bought it a couple of years ago. Just paid it off myself. And I got it with the money I, make from, flipping appliances. I just saved up. I said, I want an Avalanche. Man, these cats around here, one neighbor, as soon as he saw it, he put a dent in it. It was like, so what? I put a dent in it. He's done scratch. He's put scratches on it. He done put key. Scratched up my other car, put dents in my other car. Only choices I got is either I have to move. If I beat him up, I'm going to jail. Plus, they'll kick me out. People are jealous when you get nice things. Lady that never spoke to me, live across the way. She saw that truck. She was like, hey. She tried to get with me. I was like, nah, you got a dude. I'm cool. No, I'm good. But anyway, so I'm not buying myself anything for this birthday. Even though I can, I don't really have anything in particular that I want. I'm in a happy place. I'm not happy, but I'm in a happy place. I think if I was going to spend any money today, it would have been on a big dinner. But I'm just going to cook it myself. I'm going to find something on Netflix or Amazon or Hulu or something. I'm going to call it an evening. That's going to be it for me. That's my birthday. Tomorrow, lamb roast. Man, a whole lamb. That sounds good. I haven't had lamb in a long time. While you're roasting, I'm going to say, are you roasting it outside or you're just throwing it in the oven? Lamb roast? How are you roasting that? in the convection oven. I mean, what are we doing? What are we talking about here? Lamb roast? What part of the lamb? Lamb leg? Little thigh? Ribs? What are we looking at? Part of the lamb you eat? I had lamb in a long time. It's good too. I bought some ribeye steaks uh, about a week ago. Already eaten one, about that big. I paid like $25 for two, so I'm gonna have that. Rosemary salt oven. Okay, with the mint jelly. Oh, weird, fancy. Oh, well, hello from New Zealand. So is that a regular? Like, wait a minute, wait a minute. What are we talking about? Are we talking about something that's traditional? Is this a traditional meal? So, wait a minute now. Are you putting me on the culture? Because I love culture. So, is it that, okay, because we eat the turkey over here for Thanksgiving, Christmas. Do you guys eat lamb for your holiday? I don't know what holiday you know. I don't know if you guys celebrate the same holidays we do during the same time. Like, I'm not aware. But lamb, I feel you on lamb. Yeah, with the mint jelly, the mint jelly, the mint jelly. So what goes with lamb? What do you got? Like, well, wait a minute. You still didn't tell me what part of the lamb. Oh, lamb leg. Yeah, lamb. Okay, lamb leg. Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, I tell you what, Mr. New Zealand, I might go out and get me some. In the UK, we tend to have both turkey and lamb. Oh, well, hello from the UK. Yeah, the UK. What part of the UK? I've been to the UK before. What part of the UK you in? Sheena? Yeah, there it is. Little lamb action. I would have to go to the I don't think they sell lamb at like Kroger's. No, they probably do. They probably do. I got some turkey legs downstairs too. I could just go ahead and bake me some turkey legs, throw a couple potatoes in there with some green beans, just throw the whole thing in the oven. You know what I'm saying? I might do that. I got two of them. But they're the smaller ones. Look, I don't know why all the turkeys, there's a bunch of turkeys that died over here, like thousands of them. And I don't know why they died, but the turkey legs they have out now they're small. Roast potatoes, carrots, mint, peas, okay. Gravy, yeah, there it is. London. Yeah, London, Chelsea. So I've been to London before. Yep, I liked it. Pretty chill. Pretty chill. Saw the castle, all the other good stuff. What do you think about the Queen passing? Did that make you did you get verklempt when the Queen passed? The Queen make you feel kind of turkey is expensive here. About 40 for a whole bird. So what size is that bird? Like on average, what is the weight of that bird? Because 40, I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my turkey legs. I gotta look at them. I'm gonna tell you something. That might not be a bad deal. That might not be so. It might not be so bad. Turn some music on. Song that was. Might not be so bad. My Jamitude, I have some Jamitude going on. All right, so let's do this. I had Jamitude going on. Let me get my reading glasses. It was so been here. She's been here all her UK life. It was sad. Oh, it was sad. She's been here all her UK life. Okay, I feel you. All right. So here are some turkey legs frosted over. These turkey legs are, for both of these legs, they're kind of small. They're kind of small. So there's one, there's two. $7.06 plus your tax. And the weight of them is 2 pounds. Almost 2.5 pounds. 2 pounds, 36 ounces. It feels heavier though. No, it's not 2 pounds. Net weight, 2 pounds. Unit price, $3. So, plus your tax. So it's $3 for each unit, plus your tax. So $7 for 2 legs. I guess if you threw, the rest of the body in there, it'd probably be worth about $30, $35. I could see paying $40 for a turkey. Now, the thing about it is, and I'm talking about a whole turkey, I would want it to be at a farmer's market. I probably wouldn't want to get it out of Kroger's. Because if you get chicken breast out of farmer's market, that chicken breast is going to be about this big. They're just huge. You get a chicken breast out of Kroger, just one chicken breast, it's going to be like maybe this big. So if it came out of farmer's market, absolutely. I'd pay $40 for that in a heartbeat. Don't really see turkey legs in the UK. Everyone will be cooking a whole turkey or, what's a turkey crown? Well, I don't even know what a turkey crown is. Yeah, explain that to me. What's a turkey crown? But yes, so there it is. I'm probably gonna. You know what I do with this? I throw a little seasoning on top of it, and I just put them in the oven with some potatoes and some green beans, and that's. I call it a night. Now, without legs, okay? Now here's a ribeyes I got. There's 2 of them right there. So this is expensive. There were 3 in here, cost me $40. $39.59. Unit price $14 each. And the weight is, the net weight is 2 pounds, 83 ounces. Yeah. This is expensive. For sure. But they're good. They're real good. Yeah, I would definitely buy a whole turkey for $40 if it's a good size. Because the way I look at it is, the way I eat, how many meals can I get out of that? You buy rum and about $10 a kilo. So is that cow? That's cow? These are really good. Oh, yeah. $10 a kilo. What's that in pounds? Translate that. Yeah, these are really good. Really good. And yeah, hard to cook, but I don't put them out on the grill or anything. I just kind of I throw Mrs. Dash on them. I used to put a lot of Lowry's seasoned salt on them, but it's too salty. So I put some Mrs. Dash on them. Then I go ahead and just cut some potatoes up and fry them all together. So good. It's good, man. Yeah, what's that translated? You ever bought like a half a cow or something like that, or a half a pig? I've never done that, but you can do it here. You can definitely do it here. You got to go down to the. Well, there's a couple. Well, you got to do it a couple ways. There's a couple ways you can do that. 2.2 pounds to kilo. Okay, so that's 22. 22. Then I don't know how many kilos is in a. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't know how many. Yeah, I don't know how to. So it'd be 10 divided by 2.2. No, wait a minute. So it'd be 10 times 2.2. Yeah. But yeah, if you want to buy a whole cow, or excuse me, a half a cow or something like that, you can either go to a farm, slaughterhouse, or if you want it already cut up, you got to go to the 1 kilo. Yeah, so 10 times 2.2 would give me the weight of. Am I wrong? I could be wrong. Would give me the weight of. Wait a minute. You said you buy rump $10 a kilo. So I was trying to find out. Yeah, I was trying to figure that out. So if you had, a rump that was 20 kilos, I was trying to calculate, what that would be. And then translate that to what we pay for it. That's what I was trying to do. But like I said, you can go down to a slaughterhouse or you can go down to a meat packer's joint where it's already cut up. The butcher's already done it and it's already packed. And you can watch them pack it up. You know what I mean? But you better have a nice ice box for that. I grew up on a farm, just point finger. One cow. And years. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting because we were talking about New Zealand lamb is heavily promoted in the UK as the finest. There you go, New Zealand. But we were talking about hamburgers, right? We were talking about how many cows there are and how many hamburgers that are sold. And it's quite evident that we are not eating hamburger meat. We're not eating cows. It's just, when you look at McDonald's and how many hamburgers they sell, how many hamburgers can one cow? You look at how many actual cows are here. You're going, the ratios to how many cows there are to how many cows there's slaughtered each year to how many hamburgers there are. There's no way you're eating hamburger meat. You're not. And we're just talking about McDonald's. We're not talking about any other chain, just McDonald's. We're not talking about what goes into, what restaurants are getting or any of that. We're just talking about just McDonald's, and it's just not possible that we're eating cows. It's not. We're not eating cows. I don't know what we're eating. Some people think we're eating each other, but I don't know what we're eating. It's not a cow. Yeah. So there's that. They're like, man, I don't know what that is. Because I like to buy turkey. I like to buy ground turkey. But now I'm looking at it skeptically, like, what really is this? Because I don't know. I don't have a DNA sampler. And then I found it fascinating that they said within every hamburger could be the DNA of 1,000 cows. And I was like, can somebody educate me on that? Because I used to work at a slaughterhouse. I didn't work for them. I was a security guard at a slaughterhouse, which was in Alabama, Tyson's chicken farm. And the chickens come in on a big ass truck, and they, have this whole thing where they come in and, skin them and all this, and then boom. And then I don't know the out processing of the, process. Like, you know what I mean? I just know what I saw. Like, I see them roll in, and that's it. Feathers everywhere. Good night, Irene. So I'm thinking, so I understand how the chickens, like if you ordered one of these and it had chicken meat in it, ground up, I understand how this could be 1,000 chickens. But I don't understand how the hamburger meat can have the DNA of 1,000 cows. It's just, that's beyond me. So FDA, you got some explaining to me. Yeah, see? Yeah, ours isn't. I was talking about this on my other channel, Tone P. I was telling people that cows don't have a defensive mechanism. This is why the people, a lot of the food that we eat is docile. We made it easy to catch. And because it's easy to catch, we are not the same people we were 200-300 years ago. You know what I mean? 1,000 years ago, you didn't have the process that we have now. But 1,000 years ago, people were a lot sturdier, a lot stronger, a lot faster. Their hearing, eyesight, their senses, their sense of smell was tremendous. It's because they were always being attacked. But now that we've modernized everything, we've become slow and we're fat and we're obese. Because we don't have to hunt. They say is 1,000% beef. Can they get away with saying that? Well, it says 100% beef. Can they get away with saying that? The beef is all minced up, right? Yeah, it's all minced up. Not unless you get it like this. Like, you can actually track your beef if you go buy it from a butcher. Like, I mean, if you really want to be... if I really wanted to get technical on what's what, instead of going to the grocery store, I can go, there's a spot downtown that I can go to, and it is a meat, like a butcher's. You can roll in there and get your whatever, and they can take, you got some ribeyes that you're looking at, and you're like, grind that up, and they can grind it up for you. If you really, want it like that. Hell, you can probably order it like that. Everything is online now. They'll probably deliver it to you. Australia, free range over acres, round up with helicopters. Now, see, now that's interesting. That's interesting because the question is, do the cattle defend themselves? Let me put it to you like this. There are lions that live there in Africa somewhere, but there's a particular island that these lions live on. And all they do is eat water buffalo. You know, a water buffalo, something that's 5 tons. This thing is strong as a dickens. It's got really, really hard skin. It's got a great memory. I mean, these things will hunt you down if you mess with one of them. And this is all that these lions eat. So these lions have grown bigger and stronger than any other lion in the world. They're huge. And and all of its muscle, it's 100%. They're just, because they have to be that way because all they hunt is the water buffalo. They don't hunt the elk. They don't hunt no deer, even though they're hard to take down too. Zebras, that's not an easy chore. They don't sit and try to knock off the weak. They go after the big boys, and that's what they eat. That's all they eat. And because of this, they're all jacked up. Do you think that this cow ran when they were taking it to the slaughterhouse? You think it took off? You think this cow put up a fight? Or you think they just, walked it into a spot? It had no idea where it was going. No idea. Went in there, they grabbed it by the leg, hoisted it up in the air, and shot it in the head. Cow! And now you're eating it. What is the defense mechanism of a cow? Not a bull, a regular cow. They don't run from us. A bull will, but a heifer will not. You mean to tell me in New Zealand you got heifers that will come at you when it's time to go to the slaughterhouse? Here's the thing. Cows don't know that they're about to be eaten. Okay, when I worked at the chicken farm, I watched the chickens that would fall out of the truck walk around the parking lot while all their friends are being slaughtered. Cows just run. See, but they run in a circle. Like, cows don't take off and, okay, let's do this. What is the weight of a cow? Let's talk about this. What's the weight of a cow? How much does one of them weigh? A full-grown heifer cow, you can say a milk cow or a beef cow. How much does one of them weigh? Not a bull, a heifer. Hey, salute. What's going on? Now, if you look at the weight of a heifer cow, just the weight of one, and its mobility, you mean to tell me that cow couldn't do some damage? Most of the time when I see them, they're not even around fences. Just imagine that cow having an attitude. 1,400 pounds. Just imagine something 1,400 pounds catching a VA. Just imagine that. And going, you know what? Hell no. No, homie. Just imagine a heifer cow going, hell no, homie, it ain't happening today. 1,400 coming at you. What? Flat out. Flat out. Total it. I used to run between all cows. Yeah. They would just move. That's what I'm saying. They're not defending themselves. Now try it out with a buffalo and see what happens. And see if that buffalo won't injure you. They tell you, hey, when you guys are out there looking at buffalo, stay in your car. Try it with a buffalo. Thank you. I was saying, the cows we eat don't defend themselves. And if you are what you eat, let's just be honest. See, we think that eating the best meat is eating an Angus cow. Angus is the best meat because it curates or it does this or it does that or the marbling, all the stupid stuff they want you to pay attention to. Oh my God, look at the marbling, and it doesn't have a lot of fat in it. And just look how I look at that stuff and I'm going, how stupid was that cow? How did you kill it? I want to know, did that cow put up a fight? Because to me, that's the best meat. Get you some herd dog with a something. Serve you right. Serve you right. I'm just gonna chill. I'm probably gonna eat. I'm either gonna eat these tonight, or I'm probably gonna eat this because I'm hungry. So this will cook faster than that. Turkey legs. But I'm just saying. Look. The chickens that you eat, are they the chickens that are running around in somebody's yard, and when you go to catch it, it takes off like in Rocky? Is it a chicken that you have to chase down, and this sucker fast as lightning? Because you know it's hard to catch a chicken. 315 on the bench was impressive. Thank you. You know, I had to do it one time for the one time. I'm like, your boy still, I had to, and the 315 went up though. I hardly ever do that much weight, man. When I go to the gym, man, I like to do the, once I'm warmed up, I really like to do about 245 5 times, a couple sets of that. I'm okay with that. I used to do 245 10 times. I used to do 255 10 times. Yeah, cigar this morning. Yeah, I don't smoke. Yeah, but I gotta stay with it, man. So I was me and my goofy self, knowing I got back problems, I was trying to deadlift. Well, I'm still hurt because of that. I got up to 315 and was like, oh my God, this deadlifting ain't for me. But I got to keep doing it. The reason why is because I got washers and dryers in my basement that I sell. You know what I'm saying? And I sold a dryer last week, and it's in my basement, and the customer didn't come get it. They want it delivered. So they were like, hey, I'll pay your price, but you got to bring it. Well, my broke ass ain't going to sit here and do nothing. I was like, yeah, I got it all the way upstairs. I couldn't get it through the door. I had to let it go all the way back downstairs, bring it, turn it around, and come all the way back. Man, I was tired. Plus, I delivered it. I was tired. So I have to exercise. Tony Ronnie Coleman straight. Man, I don't want Matt now. What up from Ronnie Coleman? He a mess now. Canada and the US for a year. Couldn't buy real bread. A lot of food processed. Yeah, we don't. You have to make your own bread if you want it real. You want real bread, you got to make that, homie. Eggs, yeast, flour. What is it? What is it? Salt. Let me think about that process. It's flour, salt, eggs, yeast. I think that's it, isn't it? I ain't made bread in a long time. That's it. Flour, salt, eggs, yeast, and then whatever you're gonna put in it. Butter, oil, and let it rise. Oh, it's all real? Well, a lot of our food here in America is processed. The meat, a lot of it's processed. You can put a little beer. You can because it's fermented. You can't actually do that. But that's the way my mom cooked it. I think she put something else into it. But I used to watch her cook bread. You know, she'd let it rise, and then she'd take it out and she'd make the rolls. And then she'd put it in about 350 and come out. Oh my God. It was so good. It's so good. That bread was ridiculously good. So good. I might make a video of making bread. I might do that. I might make some bread. Yeah, I don't have no bread pans though. I'm gonna use my cast iron skillet. My mama's cast iron skillet. I have not made bread in a long. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make a video of making bread. Yeah. She used Crisco. She loved using Crisco. Crisco's terrible for you. You're sick? What's wrong with you? Happy birthday. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Yes, yeah, I'm going to make some bread. And I think what I'm going to do is in the video, I'm going to make two types of bread. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make I'm just going to put different ingredients in them just to see how they turn out. Yeah. I think I'm going to do that because, one, I haven't made bread in a long time. And two, when you cook your own stuff like that, for one, it tastes better, especially once you practice at it. Two, people want to taste what you cook. And there's been a lot of people who've made something and it was so good, people were like, I'll buy it from you. Of course, you get into the logistics and commercial kitchens once it gets big enough, but there's that lady, she was on Shark Tank, black woman. She was on Shark Tank and she made pretzels. And her husband was an NFL player, but he got injured, so money slowed down. But while he was playing and doing well, she was, she kept making pretzels, and somebody in her family tasted it. It was like, yo, these pretzels are good, chocolate covered, whatever. It's like, this is good. Well, they went and told somebody, and they, hey, let me taste blah, blah, blah. So once her family started bragging about it, her neighbors heard about it. Dude gets hurt, loses his job. She starts selling pretzels, right? Chocolate covered pretzels. So she's doing this in her house, regular oven, knocking them out, jarring them up, selling pretzels because she's like, I got to do something, right? Well, basically what happens is it got to the point where she had too many orders. And she was like, I can't do everything here. I got to get a commercial kitchen. So she's like, I need help And so she goes on Shark Tank, and she's telling everybody, "Listen, I just need help with this, blah blah blah." And she doesn't know anything about companies and yada yada yada. And Mr. Wonderful says, "Well, what's so special about your pretzels? I can just call up somebody and they can make. Hey, what's going on? You saw you cooking up the salmon that day, man. That Major Boy. Yeah, see, I was a cook. I'm gonna finish this story. But anyway, I was a cook before the service, in the service, and after the service. So your boy can't get down." So anyway, he said, "What's so good about what's so good about your pretzels So he says, "I'm out. It's not, you can't, it's not, what is it? Patented." He said, "You can't patent it. I'm out." She's like, "You might want to think about that." He's like, "No, I'm out." She says, "Okay, well, I just got an order." And they was like, "For how much?" And she said, "I got an order from Walmart for 2 million pretzels. That's why I'm here." It was like, what? And they were like, "Can we see it?" She was like, "Here it goes." She had it in her hand. Like, "Here you go. Bam, right there. 2 million pretzels. I need 2 million pretzels to go to this store. Just this store. This is just Walmart." She's like, "I need 2 million to go to this store." She's like, "Because I've been selling them at Macy's and they can't keep them at Macy's. I need 2 million just for this store." I mean, imagine that. This was like 2 million pretzels for one chain. Oh my God. Yeah, I say cook some stuff, man. There's all kind of people that got stuff out there they make, and they're all like, I was looking at this this one lady, she deceased now. She's young, she's like 30. She made her own juice company called Just Taste It. I was like, people are out here making their own stuff. There's another lady, she had her own little thing called pink sauce. She had that going, and all these women were buying the pink sauce and eating it. They had no idea what it was, but she was selling it. Like, I'm like, there's so much room out there. When you listen to Shark Tank, they make you think that, oh, you can't make anything because everything is highly saturated. It's like, don't believe that. These two ladies showed up on Shark Tank. These two white women, and they were making cupcakes in a jar. They had this like cake, and they put it in a jar. And they were making it in a jar, and of course they sold half of their business, the controlling interest of the business, 51%. But that company's doing great. They were like, "Hey, you can have 51%. We're just telling you this thing is blowing up in our face, and we don't know what to do because we sold it online so much, we can't fulfill the orders. So here we are on Shark Tank." And I'm telling you, took off. They don't. I encourage people, if you have an idea, even if it's in food, I don't care if somebody's done it. I don't care if it's pies. I don't care what it is. Do it. What's that? What is it? Do it, man. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's the way you do something. Like if it's the way you cook steak. Like this steak here. If you had a way of cooking this that made it taste different, you could probably patent your idea. Yeah, do it. There are all kind of people who have just crazy talents, and I mean, like this one lady, her talent was her sense of smell. This black woman. I was just so fascinated by her story. because her palate is hypersensitive. And she looked like everybody else, but her sense of smell was so good that she started developing like candles or something. And she made a whole business just because she had a hypersensitive smell. I was like, I'm telling you, if you got, listen, there are people who got talents that are so hidden you don't know about them, but they can do things. All they have to do is find the niche for what they can do. There's a good chance every single one of us got something that's marketable. You just need to know how to bring it to market. That's the hardest part about business. It's bringing it to market. It's how to move around the vultures. And it depends on what market you're in and how big do you want to go. Do you want to go Tesla big, or are you just fine selling on Amazon? Because I'm telling you, you can do 100,000 on Amazon. You can have a little business and you're selling coffee. You got your own brand of coffee or your own brand of tea. You'll probably have people knocking down your door, companies going, hey, I want to acquire that. I want to acquire that. And you're like, no, I'm good. I don't need you. What you want to do is you want to come and buy 51% if I go public. That's what you're going to do if I go public. But you're coming to me and asking me, pretty much telling me, listen, I want to buy your business, all your business. You're just like, I don't think so. This business, I get up every day, feel good about myself. I go, I do my business. I don't want you to take it and, you know what I mean? Not unless you do. Like this one lady had a business. Her business was, she had these beautiful cutouts that would fit on the side of the refrigerator or the front of a refrigerator, but it would decorate the refrigerator. And what she did was she used up all the money she had. She borrowed $250,000 from her brother. I'm like, what's he doing? And, it wasn't taken off like she wanted. She got on Shark Tank, found herself somebody to invest in it, and they took the whole business. They paid her so much money and said, just goodbye. And I was like, now that's a beautiful thing. Because she's like, look, I don't want it anymore. Just go ahead and take it. There was a fireman who developed a new type of way to hook up a fire hose. So he had this little thing. He's like, because it takes too much time for us to do it, you can lose lives. So he's like, I made this thing, and he had it manufactured and everything. Click, click, click. And it was like, I'll buy it from you. I'll buy your whole business. Not only that, I'll hire you and pay you $100,000 for the next 3 years, and I'll give you 6% on every unit that you sell. He was like, done. You're gonna pay me $100,000 each year and pay me 6% in perpetuity for each unit. Because 6% is the going rate for selling a unit. A lot of people don't even know that. And just imagine if you made some type of, I don't know. So let's say you had a pen, right? And this was a special pen. I don't know, whatever it does. And you just made it, just messing around. You made it and it had some utility, right? You put it on YouTube, like, look what my pen does. People like, I like what your pen does. And it was like, can I buy one? And you're like, I just made it to have fun. But people are going, you're getting like messages, can I buy one of your pens? I want to buy one. Now you have to figure out what is the going rate for the pen that you're selling. You got to look at what other pens are going for. Of course, some of them sell for thousands of dollars, like a Blanc or something like that. Sells for thousands of dollars. But for what your pen does, how many do you want to sell? And let's just say that you sold them in a pack of 5. Look, you sell them in a pack for 5. Now you got to figure out how much is the packaging, how much is it. I mean, there's a whole world that you have to figure out. But once you figure out, you're selling them in a packs of 5. You have to have a logo. You make your own logo. The whole nine. You do all this at your house. You're selling them packs of 5. Next thing you know, a middle school gets a hold of it. Somebody you sold it to was a middle school teacher, and he or she introduced it to her kids. The kids went crazy. A teacher from the neighboring room was like, "We heard about the so and so pens. We want to try them too." Well, we only have where to get them from. That word gets around. Next thing you know, every kid in there has to have one just for the moment. They gotta have one. Next thing you know, the next school, because the principal's gonna get a hold of it. He's gonna find out. Once the principal gets a hold of it, it just rolls from there. Now you have to sell, $500,000. You're not gonna do it out of your house. You need to go to an angel investor. I'm just saying, you guys, if you got an idea, you're self-employed. I pretty much am too. I'm a disabled veteran. Oh, sweet potato, so good. I'm self-employed, concrete cutting, enjoy working for myself. Yeah, and the thing about a concrete cutter, the thing about you men and women is that not everybody is going to do it. Not everybody is going to do it. There's only so many thousands of people in this world who cut concrete because not everybody wants to do it, but there's a need for it. There's always a need. You can drive past every house and look at their driveway and go, I know how they made that. All of their decks, all of their bricks that are laid outside, you can drive past every house and you can look, I know what kind of brick that is. I know what it's made out of. I know where it's shipped from. I know everything about that red brick right there. Everything about it I know. You know about it because it's your industry. So you have a specialty. You can look at every building and go, that's made out of so-and-so. And you can probably tell how long that building's going to last. You have a niche. You have a specialty. Well, let's just say that you decided to become a scientist as well on your own. What you did was you took some concrete, right? Powdered concrete. You took a mid-range concrete. So let's say you got concrete that costs 5 pounds, whatever, however it's measured out. It goes to your average everyday house. But the people who really want nice concrete, $250,000 house, that's a step up. And then you have more expensive houses, that's a step up. Let's just say you took those 3 and you looked at them, looked at what they're made of, looked at the powder they're made of, you know how fast they bind, you know if they can bind or not. And then you go, what if I added, let's just throw something in there, marble. What if I added marble to this? Or marbling to it? What if I threw some marble and just take like a cup of it or a little, I don't know, toss it somewhere and boom, do the whole mix process and just set it somewhere. It's not going to cost you anything. Set it somewhere and then toy with it. Go, I don't know. Boom. And then look at it, look at that brick, and look at all the other bricks you got. And I don't know, just do whatever you do and test it some kind of way and go, you know what, this actually works a lot better than, you just throw your little science on it and then introduce it to somebody. Don't tell them how you made it. Just say, you know what, this brick right here, these particular bricks, this is a mid-range. It's made out of blah, 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 blah. It's going to last you so many years, and it's easier to cut. It's faster to do. All the benefits of it. Bam, 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 bam. No downside. Next thing you know, you're flipping it. You're flipping it on Walmart website. You're mixing it at home. You're mixing it at home. Bam, 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 boom, bam, boom, 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 boom. You're mixing it at home and getting money. I'm just saying. Listen, I don't know. There's 5 people here. I don't know what you guys do for a living, except for, my man's right there. But listen, there's this one lady. She made, the Post-it notes, right? What she did was she went on Shark Tank, little Asian lady. She had her computer, her laptop, right? And she had a thing that attached to the sides of her laptop, and it was a Post-it note holder. Now, the lady I was dating at the time, we were watching Shark Tank, we were watching it, and they were like, no, that's not going to go anywhere. Shark Tank people were like, man. The woman I'm talking to works in an office, and she looked at it and she said, I would totally use that. It's like, these people are not the expert in every area. They don't know. Now, that woman, I don't know if she still has it, Post-it note holders, but the fact is, there's an actual market for it. If you work in an office and you need just an extra message that's boom right here, you don't always want to, sometimes you just want to boom, I need to call David at 3 o'clock and bam. I would use that. I mean, if I worked in that setting. So I was like, man, they just shut her down. Like, man, that's no good. It's no good. Throw it out. My girl was like, no, I would totally use that. I'm like, see, you don't have to go big or go home. You can just do something small around your neighborhood. Like me, I flip appliances. I go on to Facebook marketing, sometimes looking for them, but most of the time I find them right here where I live. People leave them out. They don't want them anymore when they're moving. If I know that they work, I'll flip that in a heartbeat. I do it all the time. That's how I got started. And it got to the point where I was doing so well that I ran into people who did deliveries for appliance stores. So they would bring me appliances. I would pay them cash. I would take that appliance and I would flip it. We were doing during COVID. Oh my God! It was hand over fist. It was crazy. It was crazy. I mean, it was crazy. But now that the economy sucks, everything is slowed down. But still, I still do the same thing. So if I go online and I see washer and dryers, right, and somebody will say, this washer no longer works, I'll look at the year, make, and model of the washer, and I'll go, I'll message them, and I'll say, what exactly happened? And if they said it has an Error 51 code, I already know that Error 51 code can mean a lot of things. And it depends on the washer that it is. But if it's a Whirlpool washer and it says Error 51, there's a good chance it only needs a bolt tighten. One bolt. You turn it over, go to the bottom, take an Allen wrench, tighten it up, put it back down, boom. Done. A lot of people don't know that. It could be a lot of things, but most of the time it's that one bolt. It just came loose. That's it. Now, worst case scenario, you got clothing stuck in it so the drum won't turn, or you need a new sensor. A sensor is $40. You got a washer that's 10 years old, and that sensor goes out. That's $40. You put the new sensor on it, the error code goes away. You take that washer, you flip it for $200. And how you make people buy that over everyone else's is you say, I'll give you a 2-week warranty. Anything goes wrong with it, I'll replace it, give you your money back, or I'll fix it. They'll buy off of you. They're like, I want the warranty. I think one of the biggest cons is higher education. I have friends, students, my son, I'm teaching them, teach them trades. I see some, but their energy is the relationship. 100%. Teach your children trades. See, I'm learning this trade. I'm still learning it. Like I messed up a washer today. It was already messed up. I was trying to fix it, but I messed it up to the point where I have to throw it away. Or I'm going to sell it for parts. I'm really upset that I did this, but I'm living and learning. So I was in Lowe's today, and standing in line, I was talking to this brother who fixes diesel engines. And these two women were in front of us, and the lady turned around and she says, "What do you guys do?" What do you do? You're in Lowe's. She sees us talking. She's like, "You guys do something." And I said, "I fix appliances." He's like, "I fix diesel engines." She says, "I'm looking for an electrician." I was like, I'm not an electrician. But then I said, "What happened?" She said, "My fireplaces." She got 2 fireplaces in her house, electric fireplaces. She said they both went out. And we both said the same thing. Something's wrong with your breaker. You don't need an electrician to tell you that. And we explained it to her. We're like, your breaker went out. Something's wrong. There's too much power being used. And, she's standing there with her daughter. Her daughter's like, 25 or whatever. And I said, you did something where you're using a lot of power. I said, did you buy a new appliance? Did you get a new refrigerator or something? And she's like, no, I didn't do any of that. She says, but my daughter lives with me now. And we were like, she's the problem. And the daughter turned around like, I'm the problem. We were like, yeah, she is using as much power as you are now. And what happened is that power wasn't regulated. And something's wrong with your electricity, and it blew your sockets. So now you have to have somebody come in and test all of your sockets and make sure your sockets are all doing 120. I said, listen, your sockets should be doing 120, all of them, between 120 and 124. But if you turn on the dryer, that dryer is doing 220. I said, that stove is doing 220. I said, it's too much power sometimes. You blew it, so you're going to have to, you tripped the breaker, you blew it, something happened. And I have to tell people, like, I didn't even notice, but when I was selling refrigerators, people would get my refrigerator and be like, the refrigerator doesn't work. And I'm thinking, I know this refrigerator works because I was running it. Kind of find out they're the ones with the problem because their sockets only put out 114, 116. And I had to tell this lady, listen, I'm going to come up and test your sockets. And if you're putting out less than 120, then this is your problem. That lady tried to sue me. Kind of find out that's how she broke the refrigerator. I gave her the one before that, and her neighbor has the same problem. And then kind of found out it's AEP who's not getting them enough power. She tried to sue me for that. I said, I'll take you to court. Let's go. Let's go. It's not my fault. And I got to tell people this over and over and over again. And sometimes, when they buy a fridge from me, like tomorrow, our power has 240 volts at the plug. Yeah, because you're living in a different country. Thank you very much. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. I sure will. But I got to tell people over and over and over. Like, these people are buying a fridge from me tomorrow, right? They're coming to pick it up. They're coming to look at it, and I think they're going to buy it. So they're coming to pick it up. We got to get it out the house, and I'm going to deliver it. Now, once we get it in the house, I usually tell them my little spiel, which they already know. they have a 2-week warranty, so on and so forth. They usually want me to take their old one or whatever. But I go a step ahead of most people who sell you refrigerators. What I do is I ask what happened to your last refrigerator. And if they tell me, I don't know, it just stopped working, eyebrow goes up. If they say it's freezing, like if it has a side by side and it's freezing, but it's starting to get cool from the top, I already know what happened. Your heating element went out. If you have a 3-door in the bottom of it and there's frost on the back, your heating element went out. And if your heating element went out, there's a good chance that you might have had a power surge, or somebody's uncle has been messing with the electricity or something. So then I gotta bring this into the fray. And I gotta test your walls. I gotta, go through and test your kitchen walls. And usually 9 times out of 10, you're not putting out 120. And if you can't put out 120, this is not gonna work. Now, then I go and test the living room, and I'm like, you're gonna have to run an extension cord into your living room because it's on a different breaker. Your living room is putting out 120, but your kitchen's not. But that fridge that you have is shot. So you need the one that you just bought, but do not plug it into your wall. I had a lady go through 3 fridges. 2 of them were mine. Yeah, she ruined 2 of them, and the second one she ruined, I took it home. I took it to my house here instead of taking it back to my, little storage unit, because I was like, now something's not right. I know these work. I took it home, opened it up. It looked like a bomb exploded in it. It was black and everything. Just blew it out. I replaced the part, $70. Put the part back in there, and boom, fired right up, working just fine. I took a video of it, and I said, this refrigerator's working now. This was your problem. She's like, bring it back. So I brought it back. I said, I'm not coming back after this. And she's like, that's fine. I said, whatever you do not plug this refrigerator into your wall without getting a surge protector. So you guys, I'm telling you, it's just get a surge protector. Get a good one too. About $30. Get a surge protector if you buy a new appliance. Test your walls. So I couldn't figure out exactly what was wrong with her house because I tested her walls and they were 124. I'm like, that's a lot of power. Come to find out that her kitchen and her washroom is all on the same circuit. So when she turned on a washer and dryer and she had all that other stuff going on, bam, blew that refrigerator right up. Just boom. She didn't even know it was happening. I said, your circuits you got enough power, but your circuits are bad. So I said, don't plug this in, because if you do, I'm not coming back. And she's like, I'm going to go get a surge protector. I ain't heard from her since. Well, now I thought about making some kind of device that you can okay. So what this device will do is, because a lot of people have this problem, they don't even know. Then they got to spend $500, with me and get a new fridge. And that's fine. I love your $500, but let's just face it, this is going on everywhere, and it would help everyone save a lot of money if they just knew ahead of time that something happened, usually a power surge, something happened. Now, you think a surge protector should help against that. Most houses I've been into do not have surge protectors. They don't. They don't have surge protectors. Most houses I've been into. They're plugged right into the wall. So here's what I'm thinking. What if I had a plug that had a reading on it? What if your plug was like a thermometer? Just think about that. When you plug something into a wall, it has 120 volts going through it, right? It has to have 120 volts. Not unless it's a dryer or it's an electronic stove. Because that black woman in Lowe's today, we was like, what kind of stove you have? She was like, electronic. We was like, 220, that's what happened. What if she had like a reading, some way of reading that and knowing how much power is going through? Because there is nothing on an appliance that says you're absorbing this much power. Nothing. I've dealt with refrigerators, the real nice stainless steel ones, $3,000 refrigerators. I walk into Lowe's, Home Depots all the time, look at all their new stuff. Not one, not one, not a digital readout, not a Family Hub, nothing. A Family Hub is $3,500. Family Hub is the ones that has all this information with the glass window on the side. Has all, it allows you to digitally hook up to it, all this internet stuff. None of it tells you how much power that you're taking. None of it. Not one. Not one. Why wouldn't they do that? Because they don't think it's a necessity. But I'm on the maintenance end of things. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I go on to Facebook and I look at all these people that are selling their fridge. And if it's a real nice fridge, 5 years old, you're selling it for $100. I look at the description. It stopped working. Don't know what happened. I start emailing them. I start talking to them. What happened? Why this? Why that? Blah, blah, blah. I want to know. I want to know what happened to it. Because sometimes I can just tell them to buy a certain thing and to fix it. But a lot of people are just like, I'm done with it. I bought another one. And they don't even care. Some people. Other people are like, oh, okay, well, I'll go ahead and keep it. Thank you. And I'm like, that's cool. But none of them have a warning that their fridge is going out. They have the end results of that. So what if you had something that said you're no longer getting enough power? Other than your lights going off, something exploding. That's usually not the case. Usually the case is they have no idea. All they know is the food is warm. See that? I'm just saying there's something everywhere. Now, if I was, real technical and had the wherewithal or knew somebody who had that type of, plus the instruments, I can go to them and say, yo, Michaela, what up, homegirl? Yo, you like gadgets? I got an idea. Get it in writing. And me and Michaela, I say, listen, this is what I want. We get ourselves a board, use some mechanisms. Now let me show you something. I'm saying there's something in everything. This right here is a motherboard. This motherboard goes to a Kenmore Elite. Very expensive refrigerator. Kenmore Elite. Motherboard right here. You got all your, servers. You got where the power comes in and does all this other kind of stuff. There's each space on here is dedicated to some part of the refrigerator. Each space on here. Now, what if I took this motherboard and said, okay, I know each space on here does this, that, and the third, And I either built a smaller motherboard because they do that too. Samsung does that, as a matter of fact. They have two motherboards. It's just a different name. But they'll have a motherboard, and they'll have a board that sits up here and it does all kind of stuff. But what if you could do that? But what if you could take something, because this is already made, right? It already does what it's going to do. But what if you could take something that's going to Milwaukee drilling system, proves instruments you can plug between concrete drill, measures load draw, it shows it in green or red. Okay. So, okay, yeah, okay. So it shows load draw, right? But the thing about it is, what would make your product even more marketable is if you can get it in with the big dogs. See, drilling system. Okay, so the instrument they have, how big is it? Is it a gadget size? Is it, how expensive is it? Is it something that will adapt to something like this? Can I stick it on the side of a refrigerator like a magnet and it can give me a readout? That's what I'm saying. Just think if I had something that gave me the same information, but I can attach it to any system that I wanted to. Not only can I do it, you can do it. Like, you don't need to have extensive knowledge to do this. You buy it, you put it, on the side of your refrigerator like a magnet, boom, on the back of it. Nobody sees it. Or you stick it in the back of your refrigerator, right where the filter is. You can put it on top of the filter if you want to. You can color it your favorite football team. Whatever. It's not going to be too gaudy. It's going to be either a white, black, or whatever colors refrigerators on the inside, which are usually white. And it'll have a small digital window. And you just boop. And what it's doing is it's reading the information that's in the refrigerator. And it's reading somehow, I don't know how to do this, but maybe magnetic waves. I don't know, I'm just making it up. Sticker to measure electrons flow is what, like I'm saying, I'm not this guy. Like, I have a degree, but it has nothing to do with electronics. So I'm just kind of, throwing it out there, but you see where I'm going with it. And what if it can adapt to any system? Samsung, Mitsubishi, Bloomberg, just any one of them. Whirlpool, Maytag, which are flying under the same flag now. I mean, just think if you could do that. Maybe you do that. And make it transferable so it can be done in any country. Now, people go, I don't need that. But you'll find a small niche of people who go, you know what, I do need that. Because my fridge blew up on me before. How about that? How much is it? $25.99. $25.99. How much is it to make? Cost me $5 to make it. $20 profit. How much is it to manufacture? How much is it at retail? Because retail's gonna hike up the price. Altogether, wholesale $25.99, retail $49.99. What's the chances people will buy it for $49 and save them $500? I'm saying, people, everybody's got something. I don't know what you do. but there's a good chance that you're good at something. I don't care if it's running off with the mouth like I do. I don't know. Yeah, one guy that goes around, he arm wrestles everybody. That's all he does. Ugh. He beats everybody in arm wrestling. That's what he does. He's got that one arm. It's like that commercial. Let's settle it the usual way. Devin something. That's what he does. He goes around to arm wrestling competition and he beats people and bam, give me my money. I used to be in competitive arm wrestling back when I was in like the 8th grade. It's hard. The white boys, boy, they crack. Man, I'm done with it. Boys, some guy get up there with a big old forearm, and man, they used to handle me. I'd be like, nah, I'm good at this. I'm faster than you are, but you guys are way stronger than me. I'm saying, you guys, everybody's got a niche. Everybody's got a something. I should have ordered out. I don't even feel like moving now. Let's settle it the usual way. What's your niche? What's your ability? Everybody's got an ability. You have this one woman, older elderly woman. She's not elderly. She's a little older than me, 60s. This woman's ability is she was with her husband, and her husband got Alzheimer's. But before he got it, she would go, "Why do you smell like that?" He'd go, "What are you talking about?" She'd go, "You smell funny." Then he got diagnosed with Alzheimer's. While she was at the hospital one day, she smelled somebody else and she was like, "I think that person has Alzheimer's." They're like, "You're right." So, of course, it got out that she could do this. So doctors were like, "We want to test you." She was like, "I'm all for it because, I think I'm going crazy." They're like, "No, we're going to test you. We're going to put you in a room and we're going to have people come in a room who either have it or they don't." She was 99.9% right on everyone. And the only one she got wrong caught Alzheimer's later on in that year. They ended up getting the same thing. Is that marketable? The lady could smell a disease. They had one young lady who's able to see through people and see their sickness. She had x-ray eyes. She has. She's a young woman too. She has the ability to look through you and see what's wrong with you. Everybody's got something. Everybody's got something that's marketable. Usain Bolt didn't want to be a sprinter. He wanted to play cricket until his coach told him, "You're kind of fast. You're most likely one of the fastest people on the planet." They told him he was like 14. Well, he went out, started running, and he broke like the world record at 14 years old for 14-year-olds. Still holds a world record today. And they said, "What's your biggest regret?" He said, "I wish I would have been more serious." Wait a minute. Let's drink that in. Wait a minute. You weren't serious? And you ran a 19.19 in the 200 and a 9.58? And you weren't serious? He said, "I wish I would have took it more serious." What? In 1 year, he made $21 million. 1 year, 21 million. Know why? Because when he would win, he would do like this. And it made him marketable. I mean, Justin Gatlin's probably, rich too, but does Does he have a something that's marketed, something that made him stand out from everybody else? How about Tyson Gay? Tyson Gay is the fastest American runner ever, 9.71. You guys probably don't even know who he is. But Usain Bolt ran a 9.58. Tyson Gay came in second. That same race. You have no idea who he is. No idea. Because they didn't market themselves. They didn't put themselves out there. Sha'Carri Richardson, you guys all know who she is. She ain't the fastest woman in the world. Why? Because at one point she made herself marketable. So that's how she got all these deals. I'm saying everybody's got something. You don't have to be the greatest at it, but you got something in your back pocket somewhere. You made something. You did something. You said something. You talked to somebody. You had an idea somewhere. You should follow that idea. There's a lot of people who've done this. Some ideas didn't work out so well for them, but it was a good idea, and then boom, it sprang into action later on down the line. Like the windsuit. People jump out of airplanes with the windsuit, glide along the wind. That's a huge deal now. The first guy who tried it, he died. And then there were 67 other people who helped develop it until it was successful. How many of those 67 people do you think are alive? None of them. They all died. But now they've actually got the windsuit to where they hooked it up to some type of system to where it actually can. Carl Lewis was what? Marketable. Carl Lewis was on Wheaties. Carl Lewis was in a movie. He was in a movie. He was very marketable. He was marketable. But how about his competitors? Do you know any of the people he ran against? Other than Ben Johnson, who got caught for cheating. You know any of them? You ever heard of any of his competitors? No. Because they didn't market this. These all guys made decent money. You never heard of them. Some of them won the Olympic titles, but they weren't marketable. Linford Christie. AJ Hackett. Bungee jumping. There's actually a tribe that was, they weren't Burdosh Indians. I thought they were, but they live in like the Amazon or something. I don't know. There's a tribe that actually made bungee jumping, and they do it today, but they do it differently. What they do is they climb these trees, and they have these come from the same tree. It's like an elastic part that bounces, and the trick is to tie this thing around your leg, jump off the tree, and come all the way down to your head hits the ground. You can see how some of them die from this. But they're so good at measuring the distance, and they're Indians. They're not people with calculators and stuff. They look and they measure and then they go up there and put their life on the line, tie this thing to their, and they jump off because it's some type of, what the woman sees, who can do this, and she chooses you from that. Now it's a rite of passage to mate. That's where it came from. We like to think we created everything, but no, a lot of things came from very old traditions, people we don't even consider, they're third, fourth worlders, we're just, we did it. No, no, we didn't. We did not create this. Somebody else created it, but they're not here to patent it. So yeah, that's who created it. And we do it totally different than what they do. Plus their lives depend on it. We do it for recreation. They have a whole different, way of doing things. There's a lot of stuff that we're doing that we're not aware of. It came from some tradition somewhere. It just, and we just took the idea and said, boom, we're going to do it. Did you know that there was a car company started by black people here in America? What was the first car on the road? And black people didn't have the first car on the road, just let me say that. But what was the first car that was on the road? Does anybody know here in America? What was the first car made and it was on the road? Okay, I'll tell you. It wasn't the Model T Ford. It was Mercedes-Benz. That's the first car. But we think it was a Model T Ford because everybody talks about the Ford. No, it was a Mercedes-Benz. But black people did have a car company at one point. At one point. So that was a thing. I think it was in the 1920s. They also had some very rich, one young lady, her family's house was built, well, the land that they owned was built over an oil pocket. And once the companies found out that the oil was there, the little girl became rich, very rich. She lost a lot of it because of the depression during, was it 1929? So she lost a lot of it, but nonetheless, she's very rich. This is a very rich black people back then, very rich. But yeah, if you guys got something that's going on in your life, slow down, take a breath, get some cranberry juice, ask Old Tone some questions. I'll tell you, I got a lot of stuff in my head. I have a lot of information that's kind of useless until the situation, calls for it, that it's applicable. I guess that's like everything, huh? You don't need a scalpel until you need to do surgery. You know what I'm saying? You don't really need it to. Enzy Farmer, first air flight, not right. Yeah, that whole thing with the Wright brothers is it's just BS. So now, if you look at what's really interesting, if you look at there are a bunch of statues, and especially if you look at India, it's really something because there's like I said, there's a niche out there somewhere. There's this guy, all he does is, well, for one, he's from India. And what he does is he goes to these monoliths in these places where they have statues that are done in great detail, and he looks up the history of these statues, and it's just fascinating. And then he points out different things about these statues, buildings, and all the stuff that is made in India. And he's like, if you look at the statue, there's a man riding a horse. And there's a man who's below him. And he's like, what's that in that guy's hand? He's like, that is a gun. And then he goes, look at the guy's face. One eye is shut and the other one's open. He's about to shoot this guy. And then they're saying, the gun was made back in so-and-so. And it's just like, no, this is thousands of years old. How is it that this is made a couple thousand years old and this man has a gun? Is that the person's name? That's his name, Pravin Mahan. I'm just fascinated by the stuff that he brings up because I'm like, how is that possible? And now, we're looking at hieroglyphics and all this other stuff. They done found helicopters. They done found an airplane in one of the tombs. I mean, we don't know when anything was made now. We don't know. Come on, 2,000 years ago, and it was buried, and it comes out, and it's a glider. It's evident this is an airplane, and you got pictures of jets. You got pictures of a helicopter. How do you have a picture of a helicopter? It's clear that this is an Apache. Yeah, this is a Chinook. 2,000 years. Come on. You're like, oh, they were all primitive back then. I like, can we cut the crap with a couple hundred years ago, we were monkeys, and then can we cut this BS out right now? Yeah, he's really, really, okay, so you guys know who I'm talking about. Come on, look at those. Dude talks about how the stone was cut. And when you listen to the detail of what he's talking about, you start looking in American history, in human history, and you go, it can't be. It can't be that these stones were cut with anything that we have that we cut stone with. It can't be. Because the angles, it can't be. How did they make this? And then sometimes he points out, like some of these things are like castles. He points out that these are all moving parts. And you got to go, wait a minute. This thing moved. He's like, look, there's a chain right here. These are all cogs. This whole thing rotated, it moved. We are not the smartest generation of people. We're not even close. We do not have buildings moving around like this. We don't. Somebody put a stop to these people for a reason. Somebody pulled the plug on this generation and before them for a reason. Why? I don't know. But listen, when you start looking at the Bible, when you start looking at this, and you go, now I know why God said if man puts his mind to anything, he could do it. This is what God said. This is what God said about man. He looked down and said, if man puts his mind to anything, he could do it. This is when they were building the Tower of Babel. Or some people say Babel. But when you look at Nimrod, who was a mighty hunter, when you look at Nimrod, you go, you said to your people, let's build a tower to heaven. And then you started cutting out quarry and start building this thing. And was doing a damn good job at it. And it said that the Lord saw them, said a man puts his mind in anything, he could do it. And it says, God came down. That's what it said. That's what the Bible says when you read about the Tower of Babel. It says he came down. Like God was like, well, wait a minute now. Hold on now. God got about that easy chair. He's like, well, hold on. Well, shoot. Well, that's what he said. God came down. changed everybody, made them speak different languages. He was like, if y'all put your mind on it, y'all could do anything. Easter Island statues, hey, listen, for the longest time, we thought Easter Island statues were just the head. If you want an interesting Bible read Life of Mystics, Anna Emmerich. I mean, well, what are we talking? Like, what verses are we talking about? What scriptures? What are we talking about? We talking about like some particular scriptures? We talking about somebody in the Bible or something that happened to somebody who read the Bible? Yeah, so for the longest time we thought that it's like, oh, Easter Island is just a bunch of heads. Kind of find out there's a whole body there. The whole body's there. There's a whole body, feet and all. They started digging because they wanted to get the head out, and they were like, wait, a whole, and people kept digging there. Wait a minute. This is a whole person. You know what happened to Easter Island, don't you? If you guys already know, I'm not going to repeat it. You don't know, I'll tell you. I told you I know a lot of different stuff. So you let me know. You want to hear it, I'll tell you. If you don't, that's fine. We'll move on. His whole body's there. And here's the thing about the Easter Island. We thought it was just the head. And they were like, they built these heads to protect them from whatever was out in the sea. You're Latin, right? What I don't understand. But that's what they thought. It was like they built these heads. They put these heads here. Boop, 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 boop. That's what they were telling us for the longest time. Come to find out, not even true. They started digging up those statues of Easter Island that are sitting right on the shore. I mean, just here's the thing. And then they measured the height, the stone, the weight. They were only measuring the head of Easter Island. They weren't measuring the whole thing because they didn't even know the whole thing was there. Once they started digging, they was like, this is a whole giant. Where did this come from? How many nautical... Let me tell you what happened to Easter Island. Of course, everybody knows the world was a Pangea at one time, meaning the world was all one big slab of earth, right? Once it separated, people were stuck on whatever island or continent that they were. This is why you have lions in different continents. This is why you have elephants on different continents, regardless they're the same species. There was once even an American lion. So what happened on Easter Island is the people who were on Easter Island, they was cool. They built the whole little civilization. That was cool. Well, the thing about it is that island kept floating further and further away from the mainland. Further and further away. So what happened is they ate all the resources on Easter Island. They knocked down all the trees, because it was trees and everything. Peter, Latin, right? Apostle. Apostle Peter, Latin, right? Apostle Paul, think. Byzantine, Ethiopia. Okay, that's a whole different. I mean, we can get into that. The Byzantines, Gothics. Yeah, we can get into that if you want to talk about them. But what they did was they knocked down all the trees. and they fought with each other. But they didn't realize, for one, that the planet was shifting them further and further out, and two, that they ran out of wood, so they had no ships. So they ate up all the resources, and then they all died out right there and then. They couldn't get to mainland. They couldn't contact mainland. They had no ships. That's what happened to Easter Island. Now, people are like, where did they get the rock? Because the rock from Easter Island is not from there. How did they build these statues? And people think, oh, they sailed about. No, at one time there was a Pangea. So whatever it was connected to, that's where the rock came from. The Secret of Easter Island by Thor. They found statues were more. Yeah. Recently, they claimed they just discovered there were more. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They found out that the whole thing. They're like, and then it begs the question. You go, well, wait a minute. If you guys built these, they're huge. They're so far down under these things, 20, 30 feet. If you guys built them, did they sink? Was it so heavy that they sank? Like, what happened? I'm fascinated by Easter Island. I'm like, how you built this? Did they just sink down? Or did the land grow up over them all together? Like, okay, so let's just say if they built them, okay, let's just say that you know how you build stuff from the ground up, right? So you're putting this all together, but that's not how they did. They didn't build it like a building. They cut it from a stone. There's no division of there's a piece of stone here and a piece of stone there. There's not the nose is put on. It's not like the Statue of Liberty. You put an arm on here, that isn't what happened. It's one solid stone. How'd they do it? How'd they do it? Did they build it all flat land and then stand it up? And then eventually it just sank down? It's most likely. But how did they do that? Because it's so heavy. How? That's one thing. Another thing is, now that you think about it, there could be a whole platform that's 40, 50 feet deep. And then that makes you think something else. You're going, what if Easter Island that we're looking at is just the top of it? And there's a whole civilization up under it. Because, and that's not so far-fetched, because where we're living at, we are living on top of another civilization that was. Our downtowns and all that, our sewage systems, all that, all built on top of other cities. There are whole cities under your feet. Whole cities. Whole railway systems, airports, the whole nine. In every major city, there is another whole city up under it. Don't believe me? Look it up. Whole cities up under your feet. How's that possible? It's possible. That's because it's all true. They burned civilizations like before this one. They burned down what was already made. They burned it all down. All that those people had made, they burned it all down, and they made a whole new civilization to control it and say, this is what's not. And then they taught us this whole weak ass history that's not even close to being true. Now you can't teach kids history. You can't walk up to a 10-year-old and go, you know, President George Washington, you know, he sailed across the one of them lakes and said this and did this. And he was a great guy. They would go, ooh, ooh, oh, wait a minute. George Washington was a great guy. The guy with the wooden teeth, the president. Oh yeah. And what was he? What? You said well, he was the first president. They're like, no, he wasn't the first president. He was the first president under the Constitution. First president was Hayes. He was a black man. He was the first president. George Washington was the first president under the Constitution. That's different. As far as him being great, nah, he was a killer. He's a killer. He maimed people. He did some very heinous crimes. Yeah, he was terrible. You can't walk up to them and preach this and think that they're gonna buy it. We bought it. We thought George Washington was the greatest thing since sliced bread. Turned out that he was wicked, him and his people. Wicked as hell. You can't go, John Smith met Pocahontas and they fell in love. That's what the cartoons would have you figure. You know, Pocahontas was a, 20-something. John Smith was same age. He came over and they sang together and fell in love. Not even true. John Smith was in his 30s or something like that. Pocahontas was 12. Yeah. And he took her. Had his way with her, and then they wrote this whole corny story about it. She ain't want nothing to do with him. She's 12 years old. Nah. Y'all ain't getting over on that anymore. Y'all can't do that no more. Talk about how great these people were. These people were savages. That's what they were. The Battle of Wounded Knee. You know what the Battle of Wounded Knee, the Americans and the Indians, you know what really happened. What really happened, this is what they tried to sell you in this goofy movie that they made. What really happened was one of the Indians was a deaf mute. And he went and reached for a gun to one of the early settler cowboys or whatever. He was trying to get the gun off of the deaf mute, because deaf mute didn't understand that this is a gun. And then the gun went off. And it was a whole accident that you slaughtered all of those Indians. And they're like, ooh, that ain't what happened. That's not what happened. Whole Trail of Tears, how you removed those Indians, Battle of Wounded Knee. No, you slaughtered them. And then you gave them blankets that were diseased, that had smallpox or yellowpox. And you gave it to hundreds of Indians and they all died of the disease. You guys knew that these blankets were infested and you gave it to them. You can't get over anymore because the whole truth is coming out about American history and how this place came to be and the pyramids that are in America and all the stuff that they try to hide. This is hard to hide stuff anymore because it's all coming out. And then people are looking at our history books and they're going, this is all a lie. Well, it's all a lie because America was well established before it was called America. It was all established way before they got here. There was a whole system of people that were living here and they were doing just fine. They were doing just fine. And then you guys came in and you wanted to conquer because that's what you do. In every continent, the Europeans have conquered every single one of them in some kind of way. They went to Asia, trying to conquer over there. They had the hardest time over there trying to conquer Asia. But in every continent, they went and conquered. Africa, everywhere. But there were whole civilizations there. I mean, they even went to the rainforest. They wiped out a bunch of people because they had diseases. Where do you think the Black Plague came from? The Black Plague uh, killed, was it 70 million people or something like that? It was 70 million people. The plague that was going on during the Crusades and the Christian Crusaders. Where do you think all that came from? It came from Europeans crossing the water on ships. Thing about it is, when you cross the water on ships, you got to have plenty of material to do it because you're going to spend a lot of nights alone in the water traveling, correct? Could take months for you to travel. So you got to bring a lot of food. One of the foods that they bring were pigs. The thing about pigs is, if you have, live stock, you keep it alive until you kill it. Because once you kill it, you got to find a way to preserve it. Back then, they were also not the cleanliest people, too. I can tell you who put all of it together, but it was written by a bunch of different people. But if you want to know who put it all together, is that what your question is? Because there are different books. For one, the Bible, the what is it, 61 uh, uh, books that were, I think it is, I don't know. But the Bible has been written by different people, different experiences. So you have apostles who wrote, the Bible, and different men, holy men with their experience who wrote the Bible, who Black people read Life of Saint. Oh, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Hold on a second, broski. Wait a minute. I know Black people wrote the Bible. When you saying who is like put a name to it. You know what I'm saying? Like the Book of John. And so I'm like, well, okay, what are we talking about here? Yeah, I know Black people wrote the Bible. Absolutely. Most of it was written. When you look at the history of the people who had those experiences of Moses, all of those people, they came out of the Fertile Crescent. The Fertile Crescent is in Mesopotamia. They came from the Fertile Crescent and they went into Africa. They were all African people. They were all dark-skinned people. Yeah. Well, it seems like Europeans were the people of the Bible. Listen, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Not even the European gods were white. Zeus, all, all those people, they're all black. They're all black. Zeus, Hera, all of them, all black. Every single one of them. Every single one of the Greek gods are all black. All of them. There's not one of them that was white. None of them. And was compelled by Saint Jerome and the Byzantine. Well, the Byzantine church, see, now you really want to get into history. But the Byzantine church wasn't, hold on a second. The Byzantine church didn't write the Bible. Well, they didn't write the Bible. They might have had some influences after the Bible was written, but they didn't write the Bible. Yeah, they didn't write it. No, they didn't write it. And the okay, so the collection of books that were gathered and specified to be the Bible, because there were more, there were more stories. They could have added, more people in there. That was put together by the Council of Nicaea. And the person who organized that was Constantine, who was the first Christian Roman emperor. That's when they put a stop to burning Christians and all this other nonsense that they were doing to Christians, using them as lamps. Are you saying I'm wrong? I'm not sure what you're saying. Oh, okay. So I know what you're getting at. You're looking at who translated the Bible. Yeah. You're looking at the translation of the Bible. But the Council of Nicaea is the one who put the Bible together. And they're the ones who decided what book was going to be in what. And this is why you have like the Book of Enoch, you have the Book of Death, you have the Book of Life, you have the Dead Sea Scrolls, you have the Apocrypha. I mean, there's all kind of holy books out there. But the Bible was never intended for what people? For who people? Yeah, so there's all kind of holy books out there. There's the one book that was written by a monk that was inspired by the devil, and he wrote it all in one day. The book is huge. There's a lot of dangerous books out there too, but they have something to do with heaven and hell. So be careful of what you let into your house, because they're gonna come with you. Yeah. Some of those books you shouldn't read, like at all. You shouldn't read a word from them. And some people do because they want to know if it's all real. It's all real. Yeah, I mean, there's books about specifications about what's in heaven, specifications about what's in hell. There's all kind of super holy and super unholy books out there. The Bible's just one holy book. If you read the Apocrypha, or if you read the shoot, I just said it. Anyway, you read some of these books, you're going to find out more stories about what happened during those times and the influences that that happened to some people that are actually mentioned in the book. You can read about Methuselah, who was like one of the oldest. I think he was the oldest person that ever lived. You could read about the stuff that would happen to them, his kin and before him and all that other stuff. So you can read about the Book of Life and things along that. Like I said, the Bible's just one roadmap on how to get from here to heaven. But there are other books that further explain the happenings, what's going to happen. It's almost like the Bible is a. It's like when you go to a library. It's like the book for dummies. Everything has a book for dummies. It's like the Bible is the basic version of these other books. These other books you have to. I mean, even in the Bible, if you really get into the scriptures, you're going to need help. You can't just read a line of the scripture and goes, okay, that's what it is. Because if you start reading line upon line, precept upon precept, those lines are going to take you from the old to the new, back to the old, back to the new, and it's all intertwined. It's a book of time. And if you don't think on those levels, then you'll never understand it. The people of the Bible's contradicting itself. But when you start to look at the conversations that were had in the span of time that exists in the Bible, you'll see it all comes together. It's a book of time. And that's how you have to look at it. That's how you have to read it. Because the Bible talks about what's going to happen. Then it talks about what happened. And you start looking at what's going to happen and what happens, you start looking at every generation from when the Bible was written, thinks what's going to happen happened already in their generation. All of them. The time Jesus was there, it was talking about, wait for, me to come and do this, that, and the other. And when Jesus left and went into the sky, they were all standing around looking for him to come back. His very disciples were looking at him, and then the angel said, why are you standing around looking at him, to come back? Because they believed that he was going to go and then he was going to come back. They believed this stuff. And when you start looking at all these other books that are written in contrary to the Bible, you really start getting, a holistic view of time. Okay, so when you add in biblical events, historic events, like they're taught, a lot of biblical events are taught like history. What the Romans did to the Christians. They don't have a lot of detail of what the Romans actually did to the Christians. They just talk about how the Christians were persecuted. But when you want to look at how the Christians were persecuted in detail, you have to start looking at other books that have the detail of that. These are events that happen to holy people. When you look at the last book of Martyrs, it's about that big. I've read it. It talks about how every single apostle, how all of Jesus' followers, how they all died. People only heard the Bible through priests until 1600s. My favorite is Luke chapter 1, the Annunciation. What about it, though? I'm just reading in the book of Luke. I think I read through all of it. But yeah, so you have to read the scriptures you have to read books that are attached to the Bible when it comes to the events and get a full understanding of what happened to Paul in his life and how many times he'd been stoned. He was left in prison for 2 years. And just leave him there. I mean, he was a nuisance to, Paul's life was interesting because at one point he was a holy terror. He was completely contrary to the Bible. He hated the Christians. He wanted to persecute them so bad. Men, women, children, he hated them. He wanted to kill them, get them out of here. But he was a Benjamite. He's a Benjamite who was a Roman citizen. And when God finally, flipped him, and he started doing the work of the Lord, the same people of Rome, a Roman citizen, started persecuting him because he turned around and was doing what the Christians before him did. You see how that worked? It flipped totally on his head. And he was like, I know this is gonna happen. I know I'm not too long for this world. But he welcomed it. He's like, I'm going to do everything I can for the name of God. He went that hard for God is because he went that hard against God. That was his life. He was like, this is what it is. But don't think for that 1 second that the Holy Ghost ain't have nothing to do with that. There's no way he could have accomplished what he did without the Holy Ghost. There's no way. He couldn't. Him and Silas prayed and the doors broke open. They were in jail, in prison, and they prayed and the doors came open. There's no way they did that without the Holy Ghost. In intro, his readings, his writings, and his story, and it becomes what? Holy. That's how it happens. These are holy events that happen to holy people who are inspired and empowered by the Holy Ghost. And once they're written down, these same events are holy. These instructions are holy. And that's how the Bible has become holy. There are some books that are just out there about history, but the Bible is a holy influenced book. It is a holy book. That's why there's warnings on changing it, which some people still do. You can't change what's in the Bible. It says if you add or take away to these words, it's going to be added and taken away from you. It's not a good deal. But as far as who put it together was the Council of Nicaea. Now, you're talking about one person who translated it. But you have to understand, even when you look at the translation of the Bible, you have to look at every nationality that can read the Bible. Every single one, every nationality that can read the Bible. Who translated it into Mandarin? You can't say one person translated the Bible. It's not even, that one person would have to live on every continent at every period of time. He would have to study every dialect, every language. St. Francis of Assisi show tendencies for God. What does it mean though? Yeah, you're focusing on one time zone and one group of people. And they sound like Catholics. Saint this, saint that, that's all Catholic, that's all Catholicism. This is why you're talking about the Byzantines and stuff like that. It was all Catholicism. When you start branching out from that and start looking at just where, you understand, that's you're talking about the European influence, but you have to understand, before the European influence, there was the African influence. It came out of Africa. So then you have the dialects and the dictions that were just in the continent of Africa and how they were translated. See, everybody's got this roadmap of knowledge that they follow. But when you start thinking outside of that and going, how did the people who speak Patois, or how did the people of Mozambique or any other, country in Africa, just in Africa, how did these people understand the scriptures? And then when you look at the King James Version, which is written by King James, most people think King James was a white man. King James was a black man. You got to look at you when you look at the European influence. These are black people living in Europe. You understand? These black people were everywhere. They were in Germany. They were in Scotland. Look at the movie The Last King of Scotland. It's played by Forrest Whitaker. He's darker than me. Why would they pick him to play the last king of Scotland? Because they were black people. These were black kings and queens at that time. King James was a black man. These were Africans. Yeah, listen, there were even Roman emperors who were black. There were black Roman emperors. You can look it up. I'm not lying. You would think that the Europeans dominated this whole time, and it was all European, and the black people were just slaves. It was nowhere near to be the truth. There were black Roman emperors. You can look up their names. But I understand what you're saying. But you're talking about one period of time and one group of people that influenced millions of others by their teaching of the translation of the scriptures. But there were many translations of the scriptures, and there still is. Listen, there are languages that are being created right now. There are languages we still don't know. There are still indigenous tribes in some pockets of the world. We have no idea what they're saying. No idea. They're finding out that the Amazon rainforest was actually, there were 20 million people there at one time. What did they speak? What did they speak? What did the what did the Africans who came before the Egyptians speak? Because first they were there and created all this culture. And then came Timbuktu and Egypt. And Egypt was full of Africans. It was nothing but Africans. But then once they lost their empire and they were ran off, then came the Middle Easterners. Once Middle Easterners came in and settled in those lands, then you have people like Saladin. And you have people like Richard the Lionheart. And they fought over Jerusalem. But Jerusalem was all black before that. There were black people there. The Egyptians were a group of black people. The people that came out of Mesopotamia, they were all black. The original Jews that came, yeah, they were all black. Yeah. The Africans and the Jews came from two different continents. What about it? I never even heard of that. Catholic is Christianity. No, it is not. Catholics and Christians aren't the same. They're not. Catholics believe in the Trinity. Christians believe in one. Catholics believe Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost are three different offices. Christians believe it is one. They believe it is one person. Catholics believe that it's three. Catholics pray to Mary. Christians do not pray to Mary. Catholics believe that Mary is a saint. Christians believe that Mary was the mother of God. They are not the same, not even close. Not even close. The Catholics are the ones who poured out of Rome and invaded a bunch of countries and had all these conquests. They had so many of them, even their children decided to go on them. The Crusades, those were Catholics. Those came from the Catholic Church. The Crusades and the Magna Carta, they were all started by Catholics. They weren't started by Christians. Yeah, the Catholic soldiers. Yeah, with the cross, with the Red Cross. You see some of our army will still have that Red Cross. Those are Catholics. Those aren't Christians. It's a whole different warrior race. Those are the ones that poured out of Rome. Yeah. Remember, they hated Christians. But the Catholics wanted to seize power over Rome. And this is why the Catholics never wanted the Roman army to be in Rome. Because they didn't want the Roman emperor to have power. So what did they say? Listen, they even, at one point, one of the popes extradited, or I forgot what the word is, but he told one of the popes, or told one of the emperors, he was like you're no longer emperor. You're out of here. You have no more power. It was really funny is that particular emperor went to see the Pope on purpose just to hear what he was going to say. He thought it was like, no, you can't be serious. I am Rome. Yeah, but the Pope told him, like, nope, you have no more power. They're always going at it. But the Christians weren't going at it with the Romans as far as a position of power. The Christians were dying in the Romans' hands. But their position of power was the Holy Spirit. They're passive. The Catholics are aggressive. Protestants, once again, not the same. Protestants and Christians are not the same. Especially when you start looking at the monks who influenced Protestants, Roman Catholics. What was the one monk? He actually had his own religion. He had his own spinoff of the religious texts. I forgot which one he was. Shoot, I'm not going to remember his name. But yeah, he started his. What was that guy's name? He started his own religion. He was a monk. I'm not going to remember his name offhand, but and this has happened before. Like these monks listen. Even some of the so-called holy apostles, they weren't holy apostles, but people who were acting like apostles, they tried to do the same thing. They tried to act like they were holy and they weren't. The word Catholic is probably the term is about 380 AD. I think started by Saint Bonaventure. I remember him. Catholics, Latin for universal. Yeah, but the Catholics and the Christians are not the same people. When I was younger, I was a practicing Catholic. So in church, we would, go to church. You go in, you sing your hymns. They had these hymn books. I remember flipping through them when I was a kid. We sing these songs. They would have the notes, and then a sister with the nun, she would play. The father would come out in this robe, and he would do his little whatever, and we would sit down, kneel, sit down, stand up, sit down, kneel, sit down, stand up. Not the same thing. My uncle was a preacher. Completely different vibe. You came in, you got rowdy. Sound like a jazz quartet. Then, after you got fired up from that, then he would, Everybody calm down, calm everybody down. You sit down, then he preach the word. Then he would find out who wants to get saved. No, but no, he would preach the word, and then he invite people up to the altar. And, no, hold on. This is how it went. You come in, you sing. Uh, then he would ask. Okay, he sing. Then he would preach. Then after that, he would ask if anybody is, new to the church. He'll welcome you, and then he would invite you up to the altar. Come on up and get prayed for, and then you do your tithe and offering. That's the rhythm of a apostolic church and a Pentecostal church. But see, even apostolic and Pentecostal are two different churches because they have two different beliefs. And they're usually looking at the same people, but they'll go, I'm apostolic, and they'll go, I'm Pentecostal. And the ones who did the most, what they would call holiest, or try to stick as close to the Bible as possible, those are Pentecostals. They believe in the day of Pentecost, which was when they were in the upper room and the Holy Ghost fell upon them. That is the day of Pentecost. But see, you're still talking about Catholics. Like, I don't know of a Catholic Pentecostal church or a Catholic Apostolic church. You know what I'm saying? Germany, yeah, you're still talking about the European influence after Germany was taken over by Europeans. Because first Germany was invaded by Africans. And then the Europeans came and established Germany for what they wanted. But if you look at Germany and you look at statues, you're going to find a lot of statues of Black people who were rulers of Germany before the European establishment. They were the rulers there. This isn't 10,000 years ago. Started his own sect. And a lot of people did that. But even in the Bible, it talked about people who would start their own, sect, and get to preaching. And I'm going to tell you the biggest danger in that. The biggest danger is when you take a part of the Bible and you don't understand it, and then you go out and you try to preach it. And when you run into spiritual figures. The Bible is a spiritual book. It is holy words. So if you take just the book of Corinthians, and you start preaching the book of Corinthians without looking at the book of Acts, Peter, Ruth, without looking at none of those and not fully understand what you're doing, then somebody's going to catch you up on it and they're going to go, you're wrong here. But what's even worse is if you go and try to cast out demons. This is where you're going to get in big trouble. Because even in the scriptures, there were some holy men who tried to cast out demons. And the demons said, I know Paul and I know Jesus, but I don't know you. And then it attacked them and beat these people up. And they came running out there, these men, this guy attacked us, but it was a demon that attacked them. And these demons hide inside people's bodies. Like even the demons that Jesus had cast out, they said, are you come here to torture us, Jesus, before the appointed time? They knew that they were going to get tortured. But there was a bunch of them, and he told them to be quiet. And then, he's like, I'm going to cast you out. And it was like, where you want to go? And he casted them into the pigs, and the pigs ran into the water. But before he did that, he asked them what their name was. So you think it's one demon. It's a whole collection of them. They said, our name is Legion. What do the Roman emperors or the Roman what did the Roman army, what do they call themselves? They call themselves legionnaires, which means they are legion. There's a group of them and a large group of them. If somebody says a legion of Roman attacked the Germanic tribe or fought against Vercingetorix, well, it doesn't. You don't think it's 10 people. You think it's like 20 to 30,000. When Roman soldiers went out on patrol and they went to attack Germanic tribes, they were 20,000 deep, and Germanic tribes would beat them. And then once it came back that a captain and all his soldiers were dead, and Rome got a hold of it, they would come pouring out. I mean, you got to understand, at the height of Rome, when the Black Plague took Rome, they were 1 million strong in the city alone. Just drink that in. These are citizens. The citizens were over 1 million people strong in the city of Rome. This is not their other territories that they took over and the Roman soldiers, because the majority of the time the Roman soldiers were not in Rome. And they kept them away from Rome. And it's the Pope who kept them away from Rome. He's one of them. But of course, they were all out conquering. But if you got into it with them, they were all called legionnaires. They called themselves legionnaires. Why would the demons call themselves legions and then the Romans call themselves legionnaires? Why? Why did this happen? Because there were a lot of them. They were all a collective. They all had one purpose. That's why Rome was so good, because Rome had one mind. They were one army of a lot of people. You understand? These people weren't born Roman citizens. The majority of them were captured. That's how their empire spread so big. It's the third largest empire ever. They did this because they would come into your territory, capture, everything, and if you fought them, they would, do whatever they're going to do to you, but they still needed people to join their army. So once they converted you, you became a Roman citizen or a legionnaire. You had to fight your way into it. Yeah. It's because we're a lot of them. So this is why it's, you got to be careful. Did you ever attend the Tridentine Mass? I'm going to say I don't know, because I used to go to Mass. I used to do the thing on the tongue and, the oil on my head. I even saved the priest's life once. I was a child. I was 10 or 11. And I was fascinated with the priest. He was this old 7-year-old white man. But I was fascinated with him. I wanted to learn more about God. And he was the closest connection to him. There are a lot of bad things that happen between priests and little boys. It never happened to me. I never felt that guy was a threat. Never. And he would talk to me and answer my questions. Of course, I'm a child. So he was fascinated by my fascination of him and God. Like I said, I never felt weirded out by him. Like, I know they do a lot of stuff, but it never happened to me. And I'd sit there and talk to him. I come to see him all the time because I just had outrageous questions about angels and God and, what really happened. And I was just into it. And one day as I was talking to him, it looked like he was having a heart attack. He fell out. He told me to get his medicine. So I did. I got him his medicine and went and got help for him. He's probably dead right now. He was an older guy, but he was a great dude. He was a great dude. He would answer my questions. He was the one place I could go and wasn't treated like an idiot because I had a fascination with the scriptures. Legion is a group of 10, meaning a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of them. They call them legionnaires. But yeah, the priest was cool, man. He answered my questions. So I got along with him just fine. And there was never anything going on with him and any, like we would have known. He's just a great dude. But he was fascinated. He would sit down and talk to me. And, like, why are you so. I want to know about. He still have his priestly, stuff on. And I just be drilling him about tell me about the book of Revelations, just getting into it. And I think that's what he really liked was, wow, you really want to know about the scriptures. I was always fascinated with angels and stuff like that. And one of the reasons why is because I was having nightmares. I was having nightmares of Mary, chasing me down and stuff like that. I was having terrible, terrible nightmares. And talking to him was the one place where I felt like I was okay. Other than that, I knew when I went to sleep I'd have nightmares. I still have them, but not the same ones. I even have dreams inside of my dreams. I'll wake up and I'll go, I know I'm still dreaming. I had to practice knowing when I was dreaming and when I wasn't. And sometimes in my nightmares, I would wake myself up and go, wake up. And then I'd wake up and I'm here. So I'm one of those people. This has been happening to me all my life. One of those weird dudes who, I don't know what it is, but, I'm a dreamer. I get these crazy, outlandish. They're not. Well, they're crazy, but they take some. They're scary too. I'm waking up dreaming and feeling like I'm still in the dream, and I know I'm here. So it can get pretty bad. But I've been having them all my life, so I would go and talk to the priest. But I didn't tell him that I was having bad dreams. I just knew I was having dreams that had nothing to do with this planet or had nothing to do with my everyday life. Wasn't like I was going out doing crazy stuff to invite these dreams. No, something was telling me stuff, and I wanted to know why I was hearing this stuff and seeing these things. And why was I under attack? Like, what happened? And well, if it was in Latin, I wouldn't understand it. I don't speak Latin. I'm not as well versed with the Byzantine Empire as you are, or the Ottoman Church. I think that's really what you're talking about. I'm not as versed with the Ottoman Church and the Ottoman Empire, you know, and what all they were trying to do, which I still don't understand what the Ottomans were trying to do. And their rulers were, let's see, they clashed with, they clashed over Istanbul, right? That's the Ottoman Church, wasn't it? Istanbul, Constantinople. That's where they came out of, correct? And they got into it with who was the king that wouldn't leave? He wouldn't leave. He wouldn't leave Constantinople. What king was that? It was a Christian king. No, it was a it was a Catholic king. It was the Roman Empire that tried to that had a stronghold there, and they had a city, and the king was warned. I forgot what king that was, but he was warned to leave because the Ottomans were going to attack him. And sure enough, they did. But what he did was, he was like, if you ever seen the movie Troy, King Priam sat behind those walls, and he was like, I'm safe behind these walls. This king thought the same thing. And like I said, I don't know what king it was, but when the Ottoman Church came to see him, they bring these huge guns that, and they had tried to, take them down before, but they realized that they had to get past the walls. So they bring these guns and these that would, be in the back of the infantry and would fire it and hit these walls. But the problem with the guns were there was so much power coming out of these cannons. There were cannons, is what they were, that the cannons would actually crack from the power of the explosion. So they only had a limited time to knock these walls down. And another thing they did was they burrowed under the walls too in order to get to them. So I do know that about the Ottoman Church, and as far as the Ottoman and the Catholics, and eventually they took over the city and killed everyone. Well, not everyone. Some people escaped by water. But I think the king himself had died because of his hubris. If you notice, a lot of things that happened with Romans, a lot of them died because of their hubris. This is why they wrote about hubris so much, because they were pretty much arrogant, thinking they could go into certain places and they wouldn't die in mass numbers. They went and fought against Vercingetorix. They died in mass numbers. They fought against the Chemites. They died and were eaten by, lions. And the queen at that time, there was a queen at that time. She was, the Chemists are all black. This is in Africa. Well, they had already, they were trying to, come into Ethiopia and a lot of these areas where all these warrior class Africans lived, and they conquered a few of them. And then once they got, sick of it, of course, the emperor, in his hubris, thinking, oh, yeah, I'm just going to go and destroy the rest of you. Well, they came out in mass numbers and stopped him in his tracks. So there are a lot of the emperors, well, a lot of people write about hubris when it comes to Rome, because a lot of them have been conquered because of their arrogance. There's even stories of when they fought against the Germans, how they were caught, like 20,000 of them were caught. The Germans surrounded them in the woods. They killed them all, right? So they wanted revenge on them. So another army of, legionnaires, 10 or more, came out stronger and caught up to the villages that had nothing to do with the war, but nonetheless, they were all Germanic tribes, and they started slaughtering those people. And they went to each village and would slaughter all these people in order for the German rulers or Germanic tribe rulers, which were, I think, about 10 of them, and their armies to come and stop the slaughter that these Romans were doing. Well, these Romans went so far into their territory, without any, what they do? The Germans came out and, they gave them what they wished for, and they were so smart with it. They knew what they were doing. They lured them, so many of them, onto their land. And when they lured them onto the land, they came out and they attacked them. And the thing about the Germans didn't fight as an army with lockstep or any of that. They fought in a very guerrilla warfare way, but the Romans fought in a very uniform way, behind the shields and, all that stuff, which helped them out until they got on marshland. They got caught in the middle of a marsh and the bridge went out. So what did this do? The reason why the German army was so lethal is because they could walk a great distance within very little time. They were fast. They were fast on their feet. Well, if you're carrying all that weight plus your shield, plus two knives, plus your, what you need to survive and all this other stuff, well, if you get caught in the marsh, you're not going anywhere. That's what happened. They had to retreat. But of course, they got tracked down and the majority of them died. What are you asking me? Latin is math, so you attended the Novos Orderos Mass. Like I said, I'm not really sure. I was a child. I was 10, 11 years old when I was a Catholic. Or when I wasn't a confessing Catholic. I was just, growing up going to a Catholic church, but I was pretty much always a apostolic. Well, apostolic, a Pentecost. I was always a Pentecost because my uncle was a Pentecost preacher. He's the most fascinating person I knew. My mother followed him. So my influence, even though I knew something about the Catholic Church because of my surroundings at that time, I always looked at the Catholic Church and knew something was wrong. Always knew something was wrong. The Catholics don't battle demons. Not like okay, let me say it like this. Because they do battle demons. But they battle demons that have fully possessed someone. So if someone is fully possessed, like the man who was talking to Jesus, or some of the other apostles, they ran into some people who were fully possessed. There are things that these fully possessed people do. They don't even know that they're doing it. For one, people who are fully possessed are very, very strong. One or two people can't hold them back. They're ridiculously strong. And it's almost inhuman how strong they are. As a matter of fact, they're so strong that they can break chains that are wrapped around them. That's not natural. They have a very unnatural strength. And it's hard to settle them or get them calm or anything. Another thing about them is when you even mention the Bible, it makes them spaz out because they can't take it. So if you're around them, and you notice if you ever see any movie that deals with demons and Catholics, it's usually a priest that shows up. It's not a regular person who's just a Catholic. What do? They say, go call a priest. But if you notice when you have apostolics, Pentecostals, those type of people, they'll say, this is what's wrong with you, and it's a demon. And then what do? They all start praying around you. But they don't go get the pastor, call the pastor. You don't see those mothers do that. You don't see that. You see they'll break out and they go, in the name of blah, blah, blah. And they'll start praying for you right there and then. Oh, thank you. Zulu Nation family all day. Zoo. That's another topic I'd like to talk about, but I don't know if anybody's going to stay around. I'd like to talk about old boy and why he's an anti-hero. You know what I'm talking about? Like what? Like Oh man, that's another conversation. Yeah, like when you look at his story, you're like, the way it's portrayed is he's an anti-hero, but he really wanted the best for his nation. But he knew he was outclassed. He was a savage, but he was forced to be a savage because his people wasn't ready for what was coming. So what did he do? He said, "You guys are hurling insults at each other, and you're playing war." So he got his group of Mohammedans. That's not what they call, but if anybody, Troy, the Mohammedans. But he got his group of Mohammedans, just like in Troy, and he went and he slaughtered his own people. And he was like, "This is what real war is." And they stopped all that nonsense, didn't they? Then when his dad died, his brother was next to be in line, so his brother became king. And when his brother became king, he walked into his tent. He just looked at him, and his brother knew what time it was. He's like, "I know you're about to kill me." That was it. Boom. He knocked him off. What hell? And then when he met the white man, what did he do with the white man? He traded for the goods because he knew he was outclassed. It's just a weird anti-hero story. But when you look at the whole thing, it's like, in order for me to keep up with the Europeans who are now on my land, knowing they come from somewhere else, I'm going to have to teach you idiots that war is for real. Yeah. Anyways, I want to talk about that. Zulu Nation. Yeah, I think I lost people who was talking about all the other stuff. They were interested in Rome. The king was just sleeping so they would make fun of him, and from that he became a nut. His family made it worse because he was from the side chick. Yeah, yeah. But they're polyamorous. You weren't just gonna have a queen and not have any side chicks. Hell, we can't even do that today. They want to make it. It's not even. Listen, it's hard to have one woman. I mean, I don't have any. But when I was dating, I couldn't just have one woman. It's hard. It's hard to have that one woman. When I was in my prime, in my high 20s, 30s, early 40s, one woman. No, I was no. I mean, now that sex is not a prime directive, I could have one woman now. But back then, when I was running a mile in under 5 minutes, heck no. I was trying to convince a woman and her friend, let's go. Like, you got a friend? Let's go. Come on. So I understand, the whole. I just understand it. And like when you look now, you got the fatherless nation that we're in. Here's a bunch of side chicks. I mean, the black woman is in trouble. I was listening to Lead Attorney. I like listening to Lead Attorney because he gives the facts, but it's funny. He was talking about how this is when the New York Post. He was talking about how the black woman is looking for sperm. They said he's half-rolled, he made him evil. It's his pop's fault, exiled them to a far tribe, so he killed his brother, join or die to prove his blood is strong, and became the first look up his war tactics. I seen the movie, and I was just fascinated with the movie. I don't know how true to form the movie was, but I seen the movie. But you know, a lot of stuff that they feed us is watered down. Like they tried to tell us that during the time when we came over here, no African nation cared about us being in slavery, when it's not even true. Martin Luther King was shaking hands with Africans. I mean, look, Africa tried to actually send money over here, billions of dollars. They blocked all that. So there's just a lot of stuff that they say that black people don't do or haven't did or did is just totally untrue. So whenever a movie comes out, I'm always skeptical of the movie, of the facts, of the truth, like what really happened in Rwanda. You know, what was the genocide really about? When you look at the Rwanda, I don't know who that is. When you really look at this, the genocide of Rwanda and you start digging deep, it wasn't about the Houthis and the Tutsis or the Hutus and the Tutsis, and they just decided to slaughter each other. It was the Dutch. It was the Dutch. The Dutch told the two tribes that they're different because of their nose. But what do we know about the Dutch? We know the Dutch has been in Africa for hundreds of years, killing people in droves, and are still there today. Leopold in the Congo, 15 million people. He was Dutch. So it doesn't surprise me in 1996, Rwanda breaks out in a civil war. And it's like, those people were minding their own business and broke out in a civil war. How did this happen? Where did they get those guns from? It's the Dutch. The white people encouraged these people to kill each other. They're still doing the same thing today. The Dutch. Who was the doctor that created AIDS? Guess what nationality he was? Dutch. And what they do, they went right back over there and tried to give the people, the thing. The Dutch. The Dutch have been over. Look, the diamond mines, De Beers. You guys want to all go get your girl a diamond ring? Some old BS. De Beers. Who owns De Beers? The Dutch. The Dutch hate us. They hate us. They love to slaughter black people. They're still slaughtering black people. Happy birthday, bro. Don't know you were a Capricorn too. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm gonna tell you something. I started not to even say it was my birthday, but yeah, I didn't want, I'm gonna tell you something. It's sad, but I didn't want to be alone. I spent my birthday alone every year for the last like 20 years. And I didn't want to be alone. I wanted to chat it up. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna be on here if nobody showed. I was gonna be on. I was gonna be on here just rambling because I just didn't want to be alone. And it's sad, but it's true. I mean, I guess I could have went to a happy birthday to you. Coming up birthday. Yeah. It's sad that it's like this, but I didn't want to be alone. It's not healthy to always be alone. Because you get, your mind gets to where you're comfortable being by yourself, but you don't live out in the wilderness. You live out in the wilderness, it's cool. But when you live amongst people, you have to deal with people. If you, isolate yourself all the time and then you start dealing with people, you're going to get frustrated because you're just not going to like people. They're going to want you to do something that's out of your comfort zone. So, you got to go outside, man. You got to go to the grocery store. You know, me, I have customers. I got some coming over tomorrow. So I can't be this angry old man because, you know, I don't have, a woman to yell at me. I gotta be, I gotta be cordial. It just so happens that, people ask me interesting questions about history, the Bible, and stuff. And I don't know everything, of course, but I give my little 2 cents. And sometimes people correct me, and I'm all for it. Correct me. Tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, and let's look it up. Let's look it up. Because the more I look up, the more I know, the more information I can properly disseminate. That's really what it is. If a history teacher got on here and said that didn't happen then, I'd be like, tell me when it happened. You tell me when it happened and let's go ahead and read about it. And now we know. I heard you talk about the Dutch not liking us. The Dutch can't stand us. They don't like us. They started AIDS over there in Africa. They did it through an inoculation. They told the African people that this is going to make you better. So they set up these tents over there in South Africa. They start they give it to all the kids. It wasn't called AIDS then, but they knew it was something that was going to make people sick. Here's what they didn't know. They didn't know that it was going to get outside of Africa. They wasn't thinking that far ahead. I forgot what disease they called it, but eventually they called it AIDS. It turned into AIDS and killed 35 million people. But the Dutch are the ones who started that. Leopold was Dutch. He killed a bunch of Congolese. He would cut off their children's hands and hand the hands to the parents and then take a picture of the parents holding the hands of their children. Leopold did that. And those are the ones who lived. Didn't know that, but I figured that from the movie Hoodlum when they didn't like Bubby Johnson. I ain't seen that movie, but I've heard about Bubby Johnson. Yeah, they doing the same thing now. When the whole CV thing started, COVID, same thing. They went over there, and what did those people do? Those Africans saw them setting up tents. They tore them tents down because they already been through that. They were like, get out of here with that. Africans came and tore the tents down. Well, they just went and set up in another city. They were like, no, you're not doing that here. We know what it is. They don't want no part of it. Those people are Dutch. The ones that are over there in the diamond mines with a small army making 9-year-olds dig out diamonds next to their dads, working 16-hour days, digging out dying in diamond mines and trying to get a little diamond and give it to them. That's modern day slavery. You can look up Vice. They're doing it right now. Oh, they're not slaves. They're not. Yes, they are. You're paying them $1 a day to dig up their own resource and give it to you so you can sell this intrinsically worthless rock to Europeans for a markup of 1,000%. That's what's going on right now. And the men who surround those diamond mines are armed. But they keep the country poor. They keep it poor. They keep it desolate. So those people, this is the only way they'll get some type of financial gain, which they shouldn't even need. Why do we need $1? when we can barter? Why can't they just be able to barter? Because they made the dollar so it can be a hierarchy. So it could be some people who have and have not. Well, they keeping listen, they're keeping. It's just a shame what they're allowed to get away with. And they're doing it under, I mean, they're kids that are working. All this, whenever I hear European nations cry about child labor, I'm like, y'all don't really care about child labor because the food you eat, the diamond on your finger, these these cake eating aristocrats crying about how they love children so much. You're a damn lie. If you have a diamond ring on your finger, you are lying, especially if you know where that diamond came from. All these people are so eager to get these diamonds on their neck. They know where they come from. They know where they come from. They come from a 9-year-old boy digging around in the dirt, making $1 a day, desperate. And there's good years over there too. There's a lot of companies that are over there. And they keep the Africans poor. Now, not the whole continent of Africa is poor. But there are some countries that are just, they'll never let their foot off their neck. I mean, you would need Jesus to come back for this to stop. It would have to be an act of God because they have a standing army over there. South Africa has been warned by the actual South Africans. Leave the country. And they're like, no, we're not leaving. You would think that they have F-35s over there in South Africa to defend Africa from some type of attack that Africa is not. It's not going to get attacked. It's not. Oh, we're here to protect. No, you're here to blow up people who this land belongs to. That is a show of power. Even Elon Musk talked about it. He's South African. For those of you who don't know that. Yeah, Elon Musk is South African. He wasn't born in Europe somewhere. He was born in Africa. Charlize Theron, she's South African. They were born in Africa, in a country that had the apartheid. And people are like, oh, the apartheid's over with. So now the Africans in this equal wage, you lying in your breath stink. You crazy as hell. There is a standing military of white people who will blow that place up with the latest technology. They will not leave. Just imagine if all the white people left and the Chinese and didn't bother these people. Even Obama had sanctions against, the countries that didn't want homosexuality. He was like, allow gay marriage over here or we're going to sanction you. They were like, absolutely not. They're still trying to get these countries to accept gay marriages. They're like, it's not our tradition. We don't mess with your tradition. America's like, we're going to sanction you. You do understand how strong a sanction is. I mean, this whole war they got over there with Zelensky and Putin, Biden sanctioned Russia. He not only sanctioned Russia, he sanctioned all Russian citizens. Even in America. He cut off their banks. A bunch of Russians were trying to go to the bank and couldn't use their bank card. He sanctioned Russians. That's what sanctions do. They cut you off from your finances. They cut off your bank. They leave you to starve. This is why Africa is in such a chokehold. And this is what some countries, because some other countries are doing fine. But let Nigeria, decide they want to not listen to the U.S. anymore. They done threatened Nigeria before. They done threatened some of these African islands. They done threatened, uh, you know, all around America. I mean, all around the world. They threatened them with sanctions. Some of these big time drug dealers that are, what's this, Jamaica and some of those other islands. They had one drug dealer because the whole economy collapsed. And he took it over. He's a big ass drug dealer. Protected the kids and everything. Yeah, it'll sanction Brazil too. There's more there. And Brazil was made up of more African slaves than anywhere else. I'll sanction Brazil in a minute. Not only that, Brazil has a population of rednecks. Yeah, the people who lost the war, the Civil War in America over slavery, some of them flew to Brazil, and they still celebrate their roots down there. With the Confederate flag. There's a bunch of them. They live in Brazil. They have this whole big thing every year. Confederate flags and everywhere. And just imagine that. There are more slaves in Brazil than anywhere else, and you're celebrating slavery. Kid you not. They're doing that right now. Wait, how? How did you come here and celebrate this BS? How's this possible? Look it up. You don't believe me? Look it up. Every year, ticker tape parade, the whole thing. Confederate flags, all white people. They're not Brazilians celebrating it. They're white people. They went to Brazil after the war was over. Look at YouTube it. YouTube it. Just amazing. Just amazingly arrogant. Yeah, sanctions. This is how the European nation stays in control. They'll set up an army on your border somewhere and they'll sanction the hell out of you. They'll cut you off. I mean, when you look at the war that's going on right now, for one, before the war, it was get the shot. When the war broke out, it was everybody could go outside without a mask. As soon as it happened, like clockwork. You don't even hear about it anymore. You can go everywhere that people said you can't go without a mask. Everywhere. You can walk into restaurants, into the bank, everywhere. A year ago, you couldn't even walk outside with it without the cops coming to get you. We had martial law. Martial law. We had martial law on the street because of this. As soon as the war hit, that's it. And what do? We sent $9 billion to Zelensky. That's when the war started. Zelensky just said, if you guys send us 45 million, it won't be enough. 45 billion, it won't be enough. Wait a minute. I get $2,000 for a stimulus check. You're talking about sending them 45 billion? Something is asshole backwards. Asshole backwards. 45 billion. That's what they're about to send over there. And they're about to piss the one person off who got more nuclear weapons than anybody. You cannot explain it. You cannot explain it in detail. and make it make sense. Try it. Explain it in detail to anyone on the planet and make that make sense. Break it down to its rawest form. Give us a history lesson. And make this make sense. make it make sense. These are the white people going crazy. Putin just uploaded them. He's practicing uploading nuclear missiles. Like they think he's not serious. Russia has the largest submarines on the planet. They are Typhoon class. No one else has a Typhoon class submarine. No one else. They had one of them running around, and they had another one on standby in the shipyard. Wasn't even in water. You know where it's at now? It's in water. You look up how big these things are. We don't believe, these people are practicing every day nuclear fallouts. That's what they're doing in Russia, all of Russia right now, all of Russia. What are we doing? We're wondering who's going to win a football game. They're over there practicing every day. They're building bunkers. They're building nuclear bunkers right now in Russia. And all the cities in Russia are practicing where to go, what to do. When's the last time when have you heard what to do in case of a nuclear fallout? On the news. When has our president came out and said, in case of a nuclear fallout? I don't know how old you are, but I'm 55 today. So I remember when there was something called station identification. I said, I don't know how old you guys are. But this is when the 1, 2, 3, 4 stations that were on the TV would tell you information in case of a nuclear fallout. And it would sound something like this. This is a test. This is only a test of I forgot what it's called, this so-and-so broadcasting system, which is basically a whole network of I forgot what the title of it. But if you look it up and say, this is a test. This is only a test of the whatever broadcasting system. And it was there in case of a nuclear fallout. That's what it was. They would come over the broadcasting system and they would say, stop, drop, and roll. It's about to go down. We don't even listen, that was 40 years ago. Excuse me. It was somewhere around 43, 44 years ago. Think about this. Years ago. Not Zelensky, but Putin is doing it right now. He has put his whole country on notice. In case of a nuclear fallout. They practice this all the time. They're spending millions of dollars building bunkers so they'll survive. They're turning hospitals and schools and other places, they're turning them all into bunkers. You don't do this unless it's going to happen. You don't do this unless it's going to happen. Let's get an understanding. Russia's losing the war. All that superior air power that they had with those MiG-29s and those Russian Sus all shot out of the sky. Bunch of them gone. And the reason why they're shot out of the sky, because of the UN, mainly America. What we did was, okay, let's get an understanding. This world is not ran by presidents. It's ran by people in a position of power who control the presidents. Those people start in wars all the time because they're war profiteers. They make money off of this. This is why they no longer care about CV. We know that these people are the Jewish people. We know that's who is doing this. This is what they do. This is how they make money. You can look it up yourself. They control the presidencies. They control the music. They control the airwaves. They control big pharmacy. They control everything. They tell these countries to go to war. They told America to pull out of Afghanistan and leave $85 million worth of stuff over there. They're the ones who did it. This is the Jewish people who do this. They're the ones who had Obama send $40 billion to Israel. Do you think it went to the Arab Jews, or do you think it went to the Hasidic Jews? Where do you think that $40 billion went? The Arab Jews or the Shlomo? Where do you think it went? It went to Shlomo and his group, who are claiming to be the Jews of the Bible, which is ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that every other nationality knows that it's not the truth. Not even the Arab Jews have come out of there. It's just like, where you guys come from? Where are you guys from? But nonetheless, if you look at the Russian Abkhazians, who are the Jewish people, they were a war-like race. The warmongers. Once they took over the financial system, this is what Kennedy was trying to prevent. Once they took over the financial system, they're the ones who crashed the system and rebuilt it. During 9/11, trillions of dollars were taken out of the Pentagon. Nobody knows where it went. An airplane supposedly flew into the Pentagon. You get there's no airplane. All this is cyclical. All of this is cyclical. It's all working like clockwork, the whole thing. It's been happening for hundreds and hundreds of years. Do I think there's going to be a nuclear fallout? Absolutely. Because the Bible says that this world is going to be destroyed, not the planet, but the civilization we live in is going to be destroyed by what? Fire. And there's only one thing that can destroy at that rate, that massive rate, and that is nuclear bombs. You also look at the book of Revelation, talk about the synagogue of Satan. It says, I know who you are, the synagogue of Satan. You know who he's talking about. The Jewish people think Jesus is in hell burning. You look at the 31 books of the Talmud, they talk about how much they hate Jesus. This is all them. This is all they're doing. All of it. This is all they're doing. Absolutely, Putin is going to push the button. Why would we willingly provoke? Why would you provoke this man? And every day he does something that says, I'm actually going to push the button, you guys. And then we talk smack to him. Like, you ain't going to do nothing. You got more nuclear weapons than all of us. You ain't going to do a damn thing, punk. Hey, what? Y'all think you're untouchable? You ever see these, these YouTube shorts talking about how hard it would be to invade America and to take out America? None of that's true. Russia had a nuclear sub 35 miles off our coast. We didn't even know it was there until it left. We had no idea it was there. None. They talk about how great the F-35 is. It's great. Yeah, but Israel's got F-35s. And they met up with one of them Russian Sus. You know what happened? That Russian Su took that F-35 electronic system over. Took it over. The guy couldn't even fly it anymore. And he told him, you need to go ahead and leave. That F-35 peeled. I mean, we think Russia's losing, but Russia's not losing. They're just getting tired. Where, as far as what? What were you asking me? I'm sorry, I was on a diatribe. What were you asking me, big bro? Yeah, Russia's going to push the button. You know how hard it is to stop a ballistic missile? I mean, just think of how fast, for one, this thing is going to be cruising. Then think about the altitude it's going to cruise at. Now, when you look at America, you go, surely we have something that could shoot that out the sky. Guess what? We don't. We don't. We don't. We don't have surface-to-air missiles that is going to shoot. Look up any military. We don't have something that's going to stop that. And that's just one of them. Look, they have a. This is how terrible it is. This is just. Let's just think about this. They have a Russian nuclear weapon that, when this thing takes off, hits the stratosphere, skips along the stratosphere at like Mach 16. We don't have nothing that's going to catch this thing. Once it starts breaking into the atmosphere, it lets off a bunch of other nuclear bombs. It's called the Satan missile or something like that. It's lights out. That's what this thing can do. Oh, we don't want this problem. But there are people in positions of power, people controlling the, presidencies. You think your vote really counts? You think your vote counts? I'm going to go vote, man. People died they did die so you can vote. But they were living under the same farce that we're living under. There is some voting at some level that does help. But for the presidency, your vote doesn't count. Your vote doesn't count. Your vote is controlled by the Electoral College. That's who controls the presidency. Who controls the Electoral College? That's the real question. Some people go, the Illuminati, the five families of. Who controls the Electoral College? The delegates, the super delegates, and all that BS is BS. You don't need delegates and super delegates to say who's going to do what. Oh, so-and-so got 250. That's game. No. Not one of those delegates and super delegates matter. It's all a game. It's all finished before it starts. It's over before you even know it. And it's all predestined. Listen, when they want to go invade a country, they go invade a country. That's it. They destabilized the Middle East. They destabilized parts of Africa. They destabilized, they took Gaddafi out of there. They never killed Saddam Hussein. They killed Saddam Hussein, but they never killed bin Laden. They never killed bin Laden. He's still alive. You sound like a conspiracy theorist. Well, let's examine who bin Ladens are. Where does bin Laden's family live? Not where they come from. Where does his family live? And what do they do for a living? The answer, they live here in America. And what they do for a living is they're architects. And there's a lot of them. Bin Laden is a grandfather. Set up by the CIA. Gaddafi, CIA. Saddam Hussein, CIA. All puppet government. Zelensky, CIA. All puppet governments, all of them. And when they want to get rid of these people, they either kill them or say they killed them. Then they slide somebody else in there. Same thing with the drug war. Same thing. It's all a game. It's all a game. Port of Miami, part of the game. All a game. Reagan, one of the biggest drug dealers there ever were. Him and Nancy, just say no. Remember that? Him and Nancy, just say no. Shut your ass up. You guys were bringing that stuff. Iran-Contra affair. Y'all was bringing it in. You were bringing it in. Paradise Lost in Miami. Look at your president. Crack cocaine. How did crack cocaine get in the black neighborhoods? How did that start? Well, it just no, they let it come over here and then they put it in the neighborhoods. The police actually took guns and would put the guns in crates out there in the corners of Chicago. Oh, Chicago people are so bad, they're just killing each other. Well, the police supplied them with guns. It's the same thing that the Dutch did in Rwanda. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. Chicago is little Rwanda. I know you guys are tired of listening to me. I'm not telling you guys this stuff for nothing. I'm telling you it so you can look it up. You can see if I'm right. Then you can start looking at the world differently. And this is not gonna, you're not gonna go out and revolutionize. But what you are gonna do is you're gonna be like, what you telling me is wrong. My doctor tried to tell me that I should get, I was like, nope. Because I had information. And I got in an argument with her. And I was like, what you're telling me is wrong. See, it's just the micro communications in your life that you can, adjust and be like, nah, what you're saying is wrong. Cop comes up and tells you you're not allowed to do something, you'd be like, no, that's not true. Now what you're telling me is wrong. But if you don't know, you'll listen to them. Because a lot of these people are in positions of power, and they'll strike fear in your heart until you know where you stand. You're just like, no, not according to the Second Amendment. I'm allowed to do this. You know what I mean? That's really what I'm doing when I talk for 3 hours and 45 minutes. I'm encouraging you guys to, just examine some of the BS you see. Because these events are all connected. They're all part of one system. And you're part of that system. You're in it. You're valuable somewhere. Even if it's just for your organs. All these missing children and missing people, that's an accident. Just missing. All the people that got rounded up during CV in 2020, where'd they go? Well, armed men were pulling up in vans and they were separating the white people and telling them to leave and then taking the black people and putting them in vans. This just happened. This just happened. Black people are getting put in a van, the white people are told to leave. It's just happened. And then when I listen to goofy black people talk about we have the same opportunities as the white people, I'm like, on what planet? What planet are you talking about? You can go to any college that you want. Okay, you can go to any college that you want to. Okay, let's examine that. How many colleges, especially these Ivy League colleges, accept black people? And then look at what you are to the college. You are a minority. And because you're a minority, what does that do for the college? You don't understand. You are a government project. That's what you are. When you go to these predominantly white colleges, these upper echelon colleges, they let you go to school there because it's mandated somewhere that they have to do it, and they get money for it. You're not going there because, you're on their level. You'll never be on their level. Never, not once. You're like, I'm on it. LeBron's a millionaire. We got billionaires, Puffies, Jay-Z. How many of them donated to HBCUs? When Deion Sanders went looking for money, he went to those people. How many of them gave him money? Zero. How many of those people spoke up for Kyrie Irving when he said, when he did that tweet, and he tweeted out something that's on Amazon Prime. It's on Amazon. You didn't go after Amazon. You went after Kyrie Irving for tweeting out a movie that's on Amazon. And you didn't take the movie down. How many of those so-called billionaires spoke up for Kyrie Irving? Look, they know who their daddy is. They know who their daddy is. And now that the smoke is cleared, we can look at all these supermen and great guys and go, well, we know where you stand. Like, we're not against you, but we know you're not exactly for everything that is black. We know you're not. We know you have to toe that line because you're going to lose that money. Kyrie toed that line, and now they owe him money. They owe him money because they wouldn't let him play ball during those times. And now it's come out that all the people who got fired and all that, you guys owe them the wages that they would have made. They owe Kyrie money, a lot of it. But you didn't see not one billionaire, not even millionaires. You ain't seen none of them step up. How many of them stepped up with Kanye West? You don't see none of them stepping up for Kanye West. Even my boy Shannon Sharp was, he didn't even step up. Zip. Kanye West was worth $3.5 billion before it all fell down. And you know what he said? He's like, well, something, my bank account still has 120 million. He says, I only have 120 million. Only 120 million. What man can say only to 120 million? One that had 3.5 billion. Think about it. Yeah, think about it. The man went from 3.5. And here's the thing about Kanye West. Everybody think he's nuts. I'm like, y'all not listening. He dropped Balenciaga before Balenciaga got into that whole thing with the kids and what the dress and the whole sex thing with the kids. You notice that didn't come out until he left. The Gap, when he left the Gap stock went down, dropped on him. Listen. Adidas lost $280 million when Kanye pulled out. $280 million. And Adidas is really something because Adidas and Kanye said, I hope that the government audits my money. Like, y'all think you're talking crazy? Like, what man wants the government to audit them? Especially a millionaire. He said, because if they audit my money, then they're going to find out that Adidas is doing something wrong. Adidas is in trouble. They're in big trouble. Because if they get audited, they're going to get sued by Kanye West. He's going to get it all back. He's going to get money. They're going to have to pay his lawyer fees. They're going to have to pay him royalties and what they sell. Because for one, they took his Yeezys and made them into some other name under Adidas. And name all some other corny name. You can't do that. You're like, this is our IP. This is our IP. Kanye was like, no, it's not your IP. Then they went in and said, because it's not our IP, it's Kanye's intellectual property. It's his IP, but it's under our name. How can we go in, take our lawyers, go in and make this right? And that's what they tried to Jew. They're trying to Jew him out of his money right now, but they're going to get caught. And he knows they're going to get caught. He was like, I hope they audit me. Because how can y'all go in and take this much money away from me? By signing over something and saying I did it, or however he phrased it. But what he's talking about is very illegal. It's like, what you guys did is illegal, and I'm going to sue you. He's like, I only got 120 million. He's going to sue you. The man pays $200,000 a month in child support. Let's drink this in. His baby mama just got him for $200,000 a month. Think about this now. Everybody that was against Kanye West, Gap, Adidas, his wife, everybody who came out and hurt him financially, look at everything that's happening to him. Look how it all folded in on him. The Gap lost stock. Adidas, $285 million. Kim Kardashian in trouble with what? Balenciaga. Balenciaga going down right now. Balenciaga in big trouble. Losing stock right now, losing money. Look at all these people who's against him. Him against all these people. And look how all these people are folding. Look how they're all folding. Kim Kardashian's in trouble. You sue him for $200,000, I'm telling you, you're in trouble. Kim Kardashian is the most famous person on the planet. She went to a football game and got booed. Her and Stormy right there. She got booed. What does the Kardashians predicate their finances off of? Their fame. What did Balenciaga do to Kim Kardashian? It besmirched her fame. Now people are looking at Kim Kardashian and going, why didn't you pull away from Balenciaga? She has no retort, not worth listening to. So now people are looking at you and going, wait a minute, we watched you, we follow you, we buy your products, we buy your sister's products, we buy everybody in your family products, and we're going, well, you really ain't worth a damn, are you? That's what you don't get it. Kanye West is in such a position. Listen, I only have $120 million. Why would you announce that to the world? Because you're going to get lawyers, damn good lawyers. You're going to get the government. You're going to get all these people who can fight against all those people who are fighting against you. And $120 million will do. You notice he ain't running around flashy? You ain't seen him jumping in or out of fancy cars? You ain't seen him do none of that. You see him talking to people on the street. Whenever he's in crowd and people are trying to take pictures with him, his bodyguards are trying to separate him. He's like, no, bring that guy over. He fought through a crowd just to be with this dude, just so he can take a picture of him. He's on a whole different level, and actually it's ground level. He's going to the people. He's fostering the people is what he's doing. If you foster the people and get the people behind you, none of these entities can survive. None of them. You can make every single one of them fold. Every single one. Every single one. If nobody buys Adidas, what good are you? If nobody watches Kim Kardashian, and listen, here's the trick. The trickle down theory of the Kardashians. This is just beautiful. The Kardashians started off in the most foul way. I mean, their father being a lawyer for OJ, that was just. And then Kim and $400 between her and Ray J they planned the whole sex tape scandal. They planned it. Ray J came out and says, I have receipts. You guys planned this. Your mother told us to have sex at Cabo after we already had sex and we filmed it. This wasn't an accident. She paid me $400,000. I have your signature right here. You think all this is an accident? This is all cyclical. It's all happening all together. So now Ray J's telling us that Kim did this on purpose, which means her mother set this up. And he's got receipts. He showed everybody. I got proof. This was all a setup. It's all a lie. Notice how many people she married and got divorced to? Most of them went into obscurity. And look at this. It set her up. She's the most famous person, but now she's being looked at as not a good person at all. All of these divorces you had, the sex tape that you're crying over, but we found out that you're the ones who set this up. Now we're looking at your family who is on this pedestal of what to be. Now we're looking at you like, we don't want to be nothing like you. And as soon as enough people get that in her system and turn her off, she's going to lose a bunch of money. She said, I'm the one who made the Kardashians. My sisters are nothing without me. And then let's drink that in. Because your sisters have made money off of you, because you are the matriarch of the whole billionaire empire, if you go down because of Balenciaga, then guess what's going to happen to their sales? Your sister's a billionaire off of makeup. What happens when nobody buys her makeup? We don't even know what your other sisters do. But just think, ashes, ashes. We all fall down. I'm telling you, it's going to take a little time, but that empire is going to fall in this lifetime. It's going to fall, and it's already doing it. And let's understand this. This goes even further back. If you look at the whole Jeffrey Epstein, like this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is all connected. Look at what happened to Jeffrey Epstein. He had 14-year-old girls coming to see him while he was in Miami in his mansion. His girl Maxine was setting up the whole thing. They had 14-year-old girls who were convinced they were going to marry Jeffrey Epstein. These girls would go home to their poor neighborhoods or wherever they live and would gather other girls and say, this is what I've been doing. Come and do it. It's the very definition of trafficking. Come do this with me. This is what these girls did. They would go in front of Jeffrey Epstein, play with his nipples, and stand there butt ass naked. Jeffrey gets caught. He goes to jail. They silence him before he says anything, right? They get his woman. She gets caught. Before she gets caught, everybody finds out that there's a whole island where these people go to. But here's the thing. If Jeffrey Epstein would have never got caught, the events that are happening today would have never happened. Jeffrey gets caught, everybody's going, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. The people are saying this. The regular people, whenever they get interviewed or they go on the news or something, they'll say whatever the reporter wants, and then at the end, what do they say? Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. This is a message for the people, for the commoners who are believing the nonsense. We're starting to break through this window. That's what happened with Jeffrey Epstein. He's a martyr now. Because now that we're looking at all of this, we're looking at all the people who supposedly on this list that we can't find. But you know what's happening? Being that we can't find a list, we're finding out who he was associated with. There is a list. It's just non-tangible. Now we're looking at the Saudis, because the Saudis were in close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. They were going to his island. We're looking at the Clintons, and we already know that they're into some shady stuff. We're looking at all these other billionaires and millionaires, and they're coming out each year with all these people who are associated with Jeffrey Epstein and this so-called island. All these aristocrats, rich people, these cake-eating, no-good people. And the regular people like us are going, all of you are in on it. All of you are in on it. Let's look at the companies that you own. Balenciaga, you were in on it too. Who else is the sister company of Balenciaga? Let's look at all those companies. Now, everybody's disassociating themselves with Balenciaga. So if they take their sister companies and disassociate them with them, it's a rippling effect, and it's pulling back your resources. These are the things that make these people so important. When you start pulling back all these resources, now it's a fire sale. Now a pair of Adidas, I mean, what is it? What are they on sale now? Hell, you can go on Walmart and get the freaking damn shoes that Kanye West was selling for $300. They're in Walmart. In Walmart. Look the same damn way. In Walmart. This is what happens. There's a fire sale. Fire sale is get rid of everything. This is what happens. This is how these companies lose their money, because the people are walking around going, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. Kanye West is going, listen, when they're interviewing him about, the Jews and and all this other stuff. He just looks at them. He pulls up. He said, "In the red is all the Jews who own the movies. Whole screen was red. These are all the people who own movies and put out all these movies. Miramax, Century 21. They're all Jews. When you go see this garbage that they put out, The Woman King, straight garbage. The new Black Panther movie, straight garbage. When you look at Netflix and see who owns Netflix, now you have animations where men are kissing men. And you're like, where does this garbage come from? All of these people are all under the same umbrella. It's the same push. But listen, the little baby dolls with sexual stuff, that's been happening. But now it's come to a fever pitch. And now nobody wants to associate with it because they're literally going after your kids. They've been doing it for the longest, but now they put it so wide open. It's so in the open now. If you don't disassociate yourself from it, now we're looking at you funny. And Kanye's just sitting there going, I do have 120 million. He's going to sue the pants off of them. And he's going to get paid. He's going to make more money than what he made. All of it is terrible. All of it. Even the MCU. Look at the trash they're putting out now. Okay, what's the most popular movie ever made? What's the most popular movie ever made? Most popular movie ever made was what's it with the blue people? What's that nonsense with the blue people? I forget what it's called. Avatar. It was the Titanic, which was also a lie. But Avatar is the most popular movie ever made. You want to examine that? Should we go into that? What is the Avatar about? The Avatar is about a group of people who destroyed their planet and they were looking for resources from another planet. But instead of bartering with that other planet, they decided to abscond with that other planet's resource by force. Now, if we just remove the word planet and put in land, then what does that sound like? Take every word, just take out planet and put in land. You would have the conquistadors and the Aztecs. You would have exactly. That's exactly what it's about. Tarzan, that same BS. Tarzan's in the jungle. All of a sudden, he becomes king of the jungle. Wait a minute. You've been living here for 25 years. We've been living here forever. And you're the king of the jungle. I've never watched another Tarzan. That's what the Avatar is about. It's the same concept. Except they tried to make him blue and look like them. And even the one guy he's fighting against, he says, look at you. You really think you're one of them? Now the new Avatar movie is they're having the same fight, except the Avatar has children with the... And like, think about this. This was the number one chick. She was the it girl. She was the it girl. And they had an it guy who was going to mate with her before the Avatar came. He gets pissed. Because he's like, you mated with him? He's like, you mated with this girl. And then there's this giant bird that nobody can ride except once upon a time somebody rode that bird. And he was Druk Maktal. He was the freaking man because only he could ride this huge bird, this one huge bird. Let's do some history. The Aztecs, the Mayans, the Incas, they believed in a god named Tiamat. Tiamat was a god to them who ran their land. And one day he was driven out. Right, and right, 100%. But one day Tiamat was driven out and he promised he was going to come back and raise them back up to be a superpower. You know what Tiamat looked like? A white man. That's what he looked like. So when the conquistadors came over looking for their gold and took it from them, they first did it because they thought that it was Tiamat coming back to them. It was like our leaders coming back to us. That's what they thought. So they laid down their arms. They didn't want to fight. It was like our leader, you're our leader. Until they started doing the most heinous crimes in humanity to these people. And I'm talking about heinous. Men, women, children, they did some horrible things to them. And the Aztec, Mayans, and the Incas, they were all dark-skinned people. They didn't look like they do now. But they wiped out 87 million of them. Wiped them out. And they interbred with them. They don't even speak their own language. They're like, we're Mexican, we're Peruvian, we're Ecuadorian. No, you're Ishka. This is what you are. This is what you are. You don't even speak your own language. You speak Spanish. Spanish are Europeans. You're not European. You don't even look like you. You are Issachar of the 12 tribes. That's who you are. You're very, very dark-skinned people. But that's what they thought. And when you look at the Avatar, all they did was take history and rip it off. The white dude who, is the avatar of the, in the big blue body, all of a sudden he's Druk Maktal. He's the guy come back to save us from the enemy. Because that's when Druk Maktal comes and rides the huge bird. He comes back to save them from their problems. That's the same thing that the Mayans believed. That's what they believed that, the conquistadors were. Turns out it's nothing near the truth. They were there to conquer your women, kill your babies. And what's really crazy is that they were all at war with each other. They were slaughtering each other. Millions of them slaughtered, taken out. Avatar is some BS. They want you to believe this BS. Like, I was trying to watch The Crown on Netflix. I was watching it, and they had a trip where, the queen, before she was called the queen, went over to Africa. And they had these Africans who were so happy to see him. And I'm like, okay, it's commerce, so I can, it's business, so I can see that, the queen's coming, so, brings money. Visitor, not a problem. Until they had one of the Africans kiss her feet. I never watched another episode. That was it for me. That was it. I can't do it. They're still trying to feed us that white people are superior. And I'm like, how is this even possible? In what way are you superior than us? Because when you look at history, it's not the truth. It's just not true. You didn't beat us in hand-to-hand battle. You beat us because you had weapons of warfare that we didn't have. That's how you beat us. You didn't beat us on the battlefield. You sat back and you had weapons that we didn't have. You beat us to gunpowder. And then you created weapons that actually destroy the planet. There's a reason why Africans don't invade other countries on a global scale. There's a reason why we weren't running around and trying to kill everything. Even the Moors, there were seafaring Moors long before this Christopher Columbus BS. And they were fighting against slave traders. They were Moors. Othello, the whole story of Othello is about a seafaring brigand, is a Moor. That's who Othello was. He was a black man. There's a lot of stories that you guys listen to, you don't even know that they're black people. And this is just a couple hundred years ago when some of these stories are written. These people are black. King James, black. The girl from France that fired her guns on top of the hill to stop the English. What was her name? The holy chick. Shoot, what's her name? Sorry, I'm tired. I didn't eat dinner. Who's the chick who had visions of God? God told her to do. The one who saved France. I could just Google it. Joan of Arc, the heroine of France, the peasant girl. She was a peasant girl who believed that she was acting under divine guidance, led the French army in a monumentous victory over Orleans in 1429. The repulsed an English attempt to conquer France during the 100-Year War. Now let's do this. Let's just do this. Let's do this. What did Joan of Arc look like? As a result, we know that Joan of Arc stood about 5'2", a fairly typical height for her time, and had dark hair, which she wore cropped short like a man's, in a circle above her. Okay, they cut it off. In a circle above her ears, they cut it off. Now here are pictures of Joan of Arc looking like a white woman. Let me see if I can pull this up. What did Joan of Arc's? What did Joan of Arc's skin look like? Images of Joan of Arc. Body of Joan of Arc. Okay, let's see this, because they're not. Virgin body. What did this female soldier of the 15th century look like? We can only answer this. Very little indeed. We know that, okay, that was her height, her eyes, far apart, somewhat prominent. She wasn't a good looking woman. Her hair was black. She was reasonably good looking, but no means pretty. She wasn't that good looking. Her complexion was distinctly dark. She had red birthmark on her left ear and was gifted with a low, sweet, compelling voice. But what they're really not saying is her skin was swarthy. They're not saying it in here. Let's look up what the word swarthy means. Swarthy. Strong, swarthy brother. No. Okay. Does swarthy mean black? Swarthy means dark skin. Joan of Arc was a dark skinned woman. She was dark skinned. Just like David. David was a dark skinned man. He was black. Paul, black. Paul was a Benjamite from the tribe of Benjamin. He was black. There are no white people in the tribe of Benjamin. None. None. There's none. But you look up a picture of Paul the Apostle, and he's as European as you are. This is impossible. It's impossible for Paul to be a white man. Not only was he a black, not only do they paint Paul as this 45-year-old, 50-year-old man who looked like he never picked up a sword in his life. Humble, his face all. It's like Paul used to kill people. Him and his crew. He looked more like Mike Tyson than anything. Him and his Brownsville crew. Paul ran around doing damage. That's what he did. He was so feared. People would run from him. They'd be like, Paul's coming. I'd be like, oh, we need to go. Just imagine when Suge Knight in his heyday. That's what Paul was like. Suge Knight's coming. Oh, we out of here. We out. We out. We don't want no part of that. Suge Knight in his heyday. Pyru heyday. Nobody wanted any part of that. Nobody. That's what Paul was. But they make him look like this frail, humble, heck out of here. This was a whole, you want the ruckus? Peter too. It made it seem like Peter was this old simp. Peter cut off a Roman soldier's ear when the soldiers came for Jesus. Drink that in. For one, God said, told them, time to pick up your swords. You don't pick up a sword unless you know how to use one. Peter had a sword and was so good at using it, he cut off a soldier's ear. Imagine you have a helmet on, you're a Roman soldier. You got whole crew right there. Peter was like, take another step and see what happened to you. What's good? That's what happened. And Jesus was like, yo, hold on. I'll go with him. Peter took the man's ear off with a swipe. He didn't take his shoulder off. He didn't cut him in the neck. He took his ear off. This here off with a sword. You got to know what you're doing if you could do that. And they make these apostles look like they were the weakest. These people were tax collectors. They were tax collectors. People hated them. When they saw Jesus running around with them, they're like, why are you running around with tax collectors? Like, we hate tax collectors. Thank you. Thank you very much. They were like, we hate tax collectors. They were running around with men who was about their business. Jesus chose a bunch of thugs. He was hanging out with Mary Magdalene when she was a hoe. Is that right? She was a hoe, wasn't she? Didn't she wash his feet with that expensive oil? When she did that, Judas was like, that's a week's worth of wages. All these dudes was about that business. None of these guys was weak. These guys were fishermen. Even the fishermen today are about that deal. Look at Hardest Catch or whatever that show is, and look at these guys out on Cape Cod, or out of Cape Canaveral. Look at these guys who are braving something. Nah, hell no, I can't do it. Most of us can't do what they do. We can't do it. Because if a white squall pops up, we're all done. White squall is a tidal wave that comes out of nowhere. These guys are out there braving 30, 40-foot waves just to try to get you dinner. Nah, hell nah. These guys are fishermen. Throw the net out, haul the net in. These were not weak men. All the disciples was about that business. All of them. They were all black. But you look at the depiction of them in the Bible, you would think they were these guys you could just go punch in the face and knock them out. You wasn't doing that to none of them. Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John. They was all coming for you. Even John the Baptist. Look at a picture of John the Baptist. I've been to the Louvre before in France. They have a picture of John the Baptist and, all these famous pictures that are worth so much money. You think John the Baptist was this weakling out there? No, this dude was strong. And even the Bible says it says he's like the greatest of us. But in heaven, he's the least in heaven. And God sent John the Baptist. He sent him. John was known in heaven before he died. It's talking about how no one is greater than him. No one. Out of all of us, no one is greater than John the Baptist. None of us can touch that man. None of us. And we think that he's some simp running around eating locusts and honey. Man, that dude was something else. All these guys are, just, they were of a different class. They were a different breed of people. Even the doctor he had running around with him. Even Lazarus. Even Lazarus, Lazarus was his homie. When he heard Lazarus died, he was like, not today. He went and got on top of Lazarus and looked at him. He said, Lazarus, come forth. He like, get your ass. When that little girl died, he did the same thing. He said, she ain't dead. That's what he said about Lazarus. Lazarus been dead for days. Jesus was like, nah, he ain't dead. He just sleeping. Woke him back up. Lazarus popped up. Like, what's good? And they were all surprised, but they didn't run from Lazarus. They didn't run. They weren't like, that is a dead man. Yeah, go to a funeral and let somebody jump up out of there. Everybody's running. Go to a funeral and let your grandma just get up out the casket. Nah, bro. We out. We out. We're not. Everybody's breaking wide. Nah, something ain't right here. Ain't nobody do that when Lazarus popped up. Or when that girl popped up. It was just like, oh, okay, I see you. I see you. I see you, Jesus. You know, a bunch of black people. Oh, dude, you cold, dude. Boy, you cold. Dude. Boy, you cold. I'm just saying, there's a bunch of people that are, in history that you don't know that they're black because when our temples were burned down, they burned down all of our information, and they want you to be convinced that black people didn't run Africa. They want you to believe that Africa was always in the state that it's in now. And there are some countries in Africa that are doing just fine. But unfortunately, there's a lot of countries in Africa that are being raped by the Chinese and by the Europeans. And they want you to think that they always had their foot on their neck like that. It's just is actually the total opposite at one point. That's just the sad part about it. You want us to believe a lie. I'm like, we're not going to believe this lie anymore. We're not going to digest this lie. And, people like Kanye West are leading that charge. And it's peeling back all the lies. And Kanye ain't broke. I tell you what, that ex-wife of his, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. She shouldn't have never screwed Pete Davidson. She shouldn't have never done that. When Kanye West invited her to go on a journey to be with God, and she said, "That's your journey and not mine." That was it. It's like, all right. And then you go on Saturday Night Live and kiss another man soon after that. Then you call this man up and say, "I heard you had a big wiener. I'm down to F." Your just whole life is just the same. You don't want nothing to do with being a godly woman. You just want to be a whole sinful woman because that's what these people push her to do. They want her to stay in sin. Keep sticking your ass out. Keep getting naked on the internet. Keep showing your butt. Keep, sticking needles in your ass. You had 4 kids, you can't tell. And you're like, oh, she's got a great, her trainer's great. She exercises all the time. When? When have you ever seen her exercise? When? What exercises does she do? What gym does she go to? Who's her trainer? Who? You know why she looks like that? Because she was taking medicine for cancer patients or one of those sicknesses. And what it does is it curbs your appetite. And there's a lot of Hollywood people, taking it, and it got to the point that so many people were taking it just to, look like that, but the people who actually needed it couldn't get a hold of it. She's one of these evil people taking the stuff. I'm glad she helped get people released from jail, but her overall image is terrible. And the little good she's done is not overshadowing the representation of bad that she is. And now that she's going to whole stadiums and they're just booing her in the open, they're welcoming your husband, your ex-husband, and they're booing you. And you're listening to these people who are paying you, Balenciaga, and all these people who keep telling you, do these trashy things. Be a hoe. Sleep around with Pete Davidson. Before you get divorced. You weren't even divorced. Kanye West sent the text to Pete Davidson and asked where he was. He said, "I'm in bed with your wife." It's all gonna come crap. Pete Davidson too. He's in for it. He shouldn't have done that. He should have stayed as far away from her as he could. And look how long that lasted. A couple months. She let that dude go. Now she's 40 something, and her kids are finding out about her sex tape. Listen, Kanye's kid, little Stormy, she's what, 11? She's next. She's next. She's part of the empire. She's next. Trying to tell you, it's got. Look, Kim is already prepping her, and it's not even Kim that's doing it anymore. It's her handlers. Her whole empire will fall if her handlers don't do. Her handlers don't get what they want. That little girl is in trouble, and Kanye knows it. This is why he was trying to keep her off of social media. He was like, I don't want her on the social media sites. Kim let her get on there doing a little dance. 17 million people. Instagram, TikTok, just like that. Just like that. Do you think 17 million people have your 11-year-old's best interest in mind? No. They're watching and waiting and planning. I'm telling you, she's next. She's next. When she hits 16 years old, she's going to be in bed with an older man. How do we know this? Because we've seen it before. Over and over and over and over again. We saw it with Will Smith's daughter. We saw it with Mariah Carey. We saw how Britney Spears have lost her mind. We know Christina Aguilera used to get banged out by the people who own the music industry. Banged out. Christina Aguilera got turned out. They told her, they said, we're going to take all of your music. Give us that ass. They banged her out. Some other names on that list, a lot of them. You hear how Foxy Brown was talking. Some even think, Beyonce had the same thing happen to her. Yeah, and Jay knew about it. He ain't care because that's their handlers. Jay walks around with a shirt that says, do what thou willeth. We know where do what thou willeth came from. Came from a man who worshiped, evil. He's dead now, but that's where that saying came from. These are your handlers. So they get first dibs on that young. You got a young female, they're gonna bang her out. Either that or you don't get what you want. And the only way for that not to happen is if Kanye West gets his little girl back. Other than that, I say in about 5 or 6 years, look at her aunt. Who's the youngest one? The billionaire from the makeup. Before she was 18, when she ran around with a full-grown man. Full grown men. They were like, wait a minute, she still ain't mattered. Why do you think Miley Cyrus acts like that? Miley Cyrus was a regular sweetheart. Then all of a sudden, she's this whore. Run around skimpy. We seen that before when Mariah Carey got turned out by Tommy Mottola, who was married and left his wife to marry Mariah Carey. We've seen the whole thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. And Stormi's next. She's already being groomed. She just doesn't know it. But her mother and her grandmother are grooming her to be married, divorced, married, divorced, married, divorced. But make sure you have little girls, because little girls keep the empire going. And make sure they're black girls. Stormy's, listen, follow me on this. One of them is married to a white guy, right? The drummer from some drummer, right? Just got Travis Baker, Barker, something, right? How long do you think she'll be married to him? They just got married. How long do you think they'll be married? Answer. Let's do some math. Let's do some math. How long was Kim married to Kanye? I don't know. How long was Kim married to her last 4 people? I think Kim has been married 5 times. Watch this. Watch this. She married to Kanye West, 2014 to 2022. 8 years. Chris Humphries, she's been married 2011, 2013. 2 years. Damon Thomas, she's been married 2000 to 2004. 4 years. That's 3 people, right? So, he's hurting my eyes. So we're looking at 4 years, 2 years, and 8 years. We take an average. It's hard to take an average of that. I like to pick from 5, but from 3, you take an average. Well, you need 3 or more to take an average, right? I think you need 2 or more to take an average. So in guesstimation, the average is what, 8, 3, and 2. So 8, 3, and 2. So the average would be somewhere around what, 4? 4 years? 4 years? All right. So let's look at the Kardashians have been married. Every Kardashian Jenner divorces over the years. Okay. No, I want to know. See if her sisters are married. There's an average in here that's going to tell you when they'll be divorced again. It's all cyclical. I can just figure it out. Okay. So Lamar Odom and Travis Barker. Was married to Courtney, right? He was married to her from 2009 to 2016. So that's 18, 15 years, right? No, I'm sorry, not 15, 5 years. 7 years. 7 years. And she's married to him now. I don't think there's anyone that's been married. Yeah, she's gonna divorce him. Travis Barker. She's gonna divorce him. So let me do this. 8, 7. So I'm struggling to get this point across, but I think you guys know where I'm going with this. But now I'm curious to, for one, is anybody still here? Okay. Anybody still here? Yeah, you guys are still here. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get this across, but I think everything is on a number scale. So the average of 8, 7, one was 4, 3, and 2. I think everything is on a number scale. 2.4. That's the average of 8, 7, 4, 3, and 2. 2.4. I think Travis and whatever the girl she's married to is going to be married for 2 years and 4 months. That's how long I think Travis is going to last. 2 years and 4 months. Now, if we just look at Kim's number, what is the average of 8, 4, 3, and 2 wasn't in there, right? I think this was her numbers. 8, 4, and 2. 2.8. That is the average. This is what I think if she gets married again, this is what'll happen. She'll only be married for a couple of years. If she gets married again. That's what I think is gonna happen. That's what I think. I think everything is on a number scale, and being that she's in her 40s, I think it's on a dwindling number scale. All of her numbers are coming down. They're all sinking. Even though Kanye West was, I think, her longest marriage. But because she's had those children, she doesn't have children with anybody else. So I think that everything, it's the law of diminishing returns is what it is. I think if she gets married again, and she will get married again, she's like Liz Taylor. She'll get married again. It'll only be for a couple years. Matter of fact, I think her next serious relationship will only last for a couple years. Hell, how long was she with Pete Davidson? We might have something here. How long did Kim date Pete? Split from Pete Davidson in 2022. Oh, it's only 9 months. Okay. It's only 9 months. Yeah, but I knew it wasn't a couple years, but yeah, that's what I think. I think the next time she marries, it's only going to be for 2 years. But I think the next time any of them marry, it's only going to be for 2 years. I think it's a family thing. I think the whole family is all on the same track. All of them. No matter who they marry, it's never going to be a long marriage. And I think it's all set up to be that way. I think the only reason why she was married to Kanye for 8 years is because they needed children. That's it. It's just my thoughts, you guys. It's a cruel world, but they all got Jewish handlers. Those Jewish people are doing. Look at what they did to Bruce Jenner. Look at what they did to one of the most decorated athletes in history. Well, look what they did to him. You think the Kardashians did that to him? The Jews did that to him. And Bruce Jenner talks about heaven. He knows he's in trouble. He knows it. And they gave him Woman of the Year. Bruce is in trouble. He is in trouble. That's what I'm saying. Kim is leading this whole terrible, terrible experience. She's at the forefront of this whole mockery to God, to God's face. Kim couldn't have went with Kanye's plan to be a Christian if she wanted to. She'd lose everything she has. She'd probably lose her life. She made a life choice when she was like, listen, this is your journey, but I can't do it because I know what I'm up against. I can't subject my kids to this. I can't, yay. I know you know, but you're not a woman. You don't know like I know. You don't know. You're a woman, you know, but you're not a woman. Not a woman. You're a woman, you know what these men do to us. It's the humiliating, degrading, it's demoralizing, and if we don't act right, they just pull our whole card. The music industry been doing this to people. YSL too. YSL is part of it. You're fooling yourself if you think Jeffrey wasn't a whole regular dude until he got with Baby. And then he started wearing makeup and dresses and calling other men his lover. Baby's part of that whole thing. That's why Lil Wayne is like, nah, you're not kissing me in the lips. Lil Wayne is like, I'm done with that. In public, in a club. No, we're done with this. And you gonna get on stage talk about you want men, you mess with men, and then one of your young rappers said you banged them in the booty for a record deal. You stunner, #1 stunner. One of your new guys said you screwed him, you had sex with him, you sodomized him. That's what he said. That ain't what we said. We didn't guess this and speculate it. He came right out and said it. Stunner screwed me in the booty for the record deal. I have no idea who this guy is. What record deal? Then you had two other ones kissing each other and said, Stunner loves us. He loves us. He loves the fact that we kiss each other. Stunner loves us. That's YSL, ain't it? Ain't that YSL? They got handlers. Ask Stunner what's the most he ever, the biggest check he ever saw. $100 million. Who'd he get it from? People who control his publishing. Who controls his publishing? Well, look at it. Sony, probably. Who's Sony ran by? Tommy Mottola lives on a road. It's all cyclical. So they putting out this trashy music. They're all in control of it. And we sitting up there listening to it and rocking with it. I don't listen to none of that. I don't listen to radio. Yes, Stunner, that's you. You put these guys out here making everybody dance like, a homo. You got black boys. You went and sodomized these black boys and then put them out with this trash music, and we're supposed to look up to you. They out here killing mothers, they're killing children. YSL done killed 5 people or more, terrorizing the neighborhood, and we feel sorry for them. Yeah. It's funny how all these entities are all going down at once. It's no accident. And they're all just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, let's do this. Let's look up Balenciaga's sister companies. Should look up their stock prices. Lives on a road. Kering. Kering is a French-based multinational corporation specializing in luxury goods. It owns the brands Balenciaga, Bottega Veneta, Gucci, Alexander McQueen, the shoes. Holy smokes. All those sister companies, all of them in trouble. But let me look up Keurig. Keurig. Let me see if they are public. Keurig stock prices. Keurig unsponsored France ADR. Stock prices. Let's see, what did they do? Being that the market's not open right now. Previously closed, going down. Taking a dive. Let's see, 1 day, 5 days, 1 month. Going down. 56.72. It's dropped down to 50.24. 6 months. 52.24. Dropped down to 50.24. For the year, 80.37. Now it's at 50.37. What do you think is the primary cause of that for this whole year? What do you think the primary cause of that? Because now we know who you really are. That's 30 points. That's 30 big ones. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. That's just this year. That's a lot of money. Lots. Kanye West. Kanye said God is using him. And we ain't believe him. We used to think Kanye threw around God like it was, nah, but I'm starting to believe that. I'm starting to believe Kanye West had the most popular Jesus song I ever heard. Jesus walks. Jesus walk with me. That old Kanye banging. Kanye said, people ask me who I am. He says, I think I'm God. Of course, that's sacrilegious, but that's my sister. Hello. Thank you. Nah, that's cool. No, don't do that. No, don't you ever do that. Yeah, no, that's cool. I'm on YouTube right now. Let me call you back. Okay. All right, cool. Bye. Yeah, my sister wishing me happy birthday. I'm saying I believe Kanye West now. I'm like, God is using you. I'm telling you, I play the stock market. And if a company I look at what they do during the day, then I look at 5 days, which is the week, then I look at the month. I don't usually look at 6 months, but I look at the year. Day, week, month, and then the year. And that's where I base my long-term, stocks on. I look at the year. And if they're up 50% or more at the end of the year, I consider putting money into it. Carrying company is down 30 points. To me, I would never put stock in that. Their day is down, their week is down, their month is down, and their 6 month is down. Now, usually when I look at a slow growing stock, especially like an oil stock, I would go, let me look at their end of the year 70. Let me look at their day down 1%. What they do during the week, up 2%. What they do this month, up 10%. I'm in. I'm in. If you're doing 10% in a month, 6, 7%, I'm in. You look at carrying company, it's down. All points are down. That's a failing stock. I've seen that over and over and over again. That is a failing stock. That means people are pulling out of it. I've seen some stock come back from that, but it's hard. Most of them, like Bed Bath and Beyond, they went up, now they're diving. I mean, every now and then, again, they have a positive, but carrying company is doing worse than that. It's a constant dive. It's 30 at the end of the year. That's a dive. That's a lot of money you lost. Do it again. Well, let's look at Adidas. Just look at Adidas stock. See what they're doing. All right, they were up. They were up from they're not up that much though. 66. Okay, so their day trade was they went up 0.22%. Their 5 day trade, they went up from 64.3 to 66.92. That's not bad for 5 days for the week. It's still not a lot though. Like that's not even 1%. Well, no, it is. No, it's 3%, almost 3%. Let's look at their month. They're up 66.36. Excuse me, 64.36 to 69.92. Look at their 6 month. They're down. They're down from 91.04 to 66.92. So I think they're trying to recover because they had that huge drop. And let's look at this. Their drop sank them all the way down to 45.5. And that was November the 3rd. Now, let's do that. That was November the 3rd. Let's ask a question. German sportswear brand, Thursday, October the 25th, that it would sever its nearly decade-long partnership with U.S. musician designer Kanye West. So the 25th, you leave. Let's go back and look at your stocks. October the 25th is a Tuesday. You leave him. You leave him. Let's see, the stock market's open. Let's see, that's Friday, is the 28th. Opening on Monday is the 31st. You fall from, let's look at this. On Monday, stock market open, you're at, give me this number, 66.92, is that correct? Yeah, got 66.92. You fall all the way. This can't be right. Okay, I'm wrong. Okay, on that Monday when the market opened back up, you were at 48.76. You fall to 45.50 after they made that announcement. So when they said that Adidas lost $285 million, I believe it. I believe it. It was a significant drop from the day that you announced it, which was the 25th. You were at 50.10. You dropped all the way down to 45.5. If you look at that 5% drop and then do the calculations on what your stock is trading at, see if people are still here. If you look at that's how you can calculate it. If you could look at what your stock is trading at, let me try to find it here. Let's see, they give me the stock price. $66.92. So they're actually making a comeback. Go away. So they're actually making a comeback, but they were at 100 or almost 190 something. And they dropped all the way down to 45. So just trying to get a summation of. This is not agreeing. I'm doing this. Yeah, I was trying to calculate from the time that they announced to their lowest point, which was only a few days after that. It was on a Thursday of the next week, they dropped to their lowest point. So if you drop 5% at you drop 5%, but you're capped at 22.75 billion. Why am I not getting this right? Okay, this is what your stock is worth, 66.26. I don't know how to calculate this correctly, but it equals what people were talking about. You know what I'm saying? That 5% drop, like I understand when people are saying they lost, almost 300 million. So that's where I was getting at. There's some kind of way you math that out. I just don't know how to do it. I'm probably too damn tired to do it. But yeah, And it happened like the next week, boom, you have the sudden drop. But now they're on the rise. And they've come from their lowest, which was in October, to now they're 66.92 when they were 45. So they're coming up. I don't know what they're doing, but yeah. But they still lost that money. They're going to lose a lot more too. But these companies have suffered because of the Kanye West effect. The Kanye West effect is a lot like the Oprah effect. And the Oprah effect is, well, you guys probably already know what the Oprah effect is. But if you don't know, I'll tell you. The Oprah effect is when Oprah Winfrey had her show, that was all a buzz. What she would do is she would invite entrepreneurs onto her show to display whatever it was that they were selling. But a lot of the times, she would give away whatever the entrepreneur, the business. She was giving away whatever it was, the items. So she'd be like, you get this, and you get this, and you get this. And she had done this to a few people and put them out of business. One of them ended up on Shark Tank. Another one ended up just going out of business. But this is very common because Oprah was so popular that the people who were operating these businesses were mom and pop. So they're very, very small. But they got recognized by Oprah and they got sucked into it, not realizing that they're going to get orders from millions of people all at once. And because they're mom and pop, they don't have commercial kitchens, they don't have links to Walmart, all these other places who can make all this, like these orders come to fruition right now. Once those orders came in, they couldn't get fulfilled. And when people saw that they couldn't get what they want, the backlash was, those people would go out of business. That is the Oprah effect. The Kanye West effect is kind of like the same thing. It is, you do business with Kanye West in some type of shape, form, or fashion. And if you pull out of business with Kanye West in a negative form, then you will lose money immediately. And that's what's happening to every single entity that he's dealt with. They're all losing money. And you can look right at their stocks just like I did. Instead of it being speculation, you can look right at the numbers. All of those companies that he's dealt with, all of them, they're all losing money. They all lost money at one point. All of them. Adidas, Kering Company, which is Balenciaga and all those companies they're associated with, all of them, they all lost money. The Gap was losing money when Kanye was on, he was doing an interview with Pierce Bronson or whatever, not Pierce, Pierce Morgan. And while he was doing the interview, he had a TV showing the stocks of the Gap. And the stocks were going down. And he's talking, and you can see the stocks in the background. So everyone who's pulled out of business with Kanye West has lost a lot of money by pulling out of business with him. And it just makes you think, would it have been better to stay in business with him? Well, the thing about it is Kanye West had been trying to get away from all of these companies because he knew that they were trying to steal his IP, his intellectual property. And if you steal somebody's intellectual property, you're stealing their money because that's their name. That's all that they have. Well, he found out, well, for one, Balenciaga wasn't paying him. So he took his Balenciaga, all the stuff that he designed, he took it to a warehouse and he sold it all for like $5, $10. He was like, yeah, people can come in here and buy the shirt, $10. Why? Because it's all profit. If he took it to a warehouse and sold it for $30, or not $30, for $300 each, that'd be different. But being that he's selling it for cheap, come on and get it. Anybody can wear this. Good material, high fashion, big name. You can wear it if you want to. 10, $20. Come get it if you want it. Now, what's it worth? What's it worth? People walk around with $300, $400, $600. What's it? What is it worth? What's a Balenciaga shirt worth now? You see what I mean? He got away from him right in time. He saw it all coming. And this is why he got to talking about the Jews and stuff that they were doing. He's like, this is bad. If you're designing this stuff, just you're designing it. Kanye West wasn't at some desk at a board meeting and telling people to go and make this. Kanye West was in the warehouses cutting up, being meticulous with other designers and telling this pocket goes here. This is double stitch, not single stitch. This is cross stitching, cross hatching. This is a cloud white, not off white. This is cerulean blue. That's what he was doing. That's what this is. Get this hold. That's what he was doing. He was in there. He was hands on. I just imagine him coming across something that doesn't sit right with him. And you're not paying him. But he sees people making outfits for kids. He's like, okay, that's dope. The sweatsuit. Oh, but what's that? What's that right there? What's this on the teddy bear? What's this? Explain this to me. Because this right here, this is not what I want my 4 kids. This is not what I want my 4 kids to be around. What's this? What is this? Why does this look like S&M? Kanye did an interview and they asked him what kind of porn does he watch. He was like, black and white. White women with black men. If he watches porn, he knows what S&M looks like. He's like, what's this though? Why is a teddy bear dressed like they're in somebody's basement with a red ball in their mouth and they're, completely submit? Like, no, like I know what this, I watch porn. I know what this is. This right here is bad. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go. So he was trying to get out of their contract. How do you get out of a contract without getting out of a contract? Same thing Tupac tried to do. Tupac wanted to get out of a contract. So what did he do? He started acting a radical. How about Martin Lawrence? He started acting a radical. How about Dave Chappelle? What did he do? He left. Acting a radical. He got out of there. He's gone. I'm going to Africa. because he saw what Kanye saw. So people, you're crazy. You're bad for our image. Get out of here. Let me out my contract. How about Prince? How about Michael Jackson? What did Michael Jackson do? Started acting a radical. He went on stage and said that Tommy Mottola is the devil. Wait a minute. You mean Mariah Carey's husband, Tommy Mottola? That Tommy Mottola of Sony. Well, you're crazy, Michael. Am I? Really? Okay. They tried to pin all this stuff on him, didn't they? Michael's doing this. Michael's playing, diddling kids. Those kids are grown up now. And you know what those kids are saying? He never did any of it. But they needed to pin something on him. So when he saw that they were pinning stuff on him, he was like, okay, I want to get out of my contract. So what do? I can't buy my way out of my contract, so I'm going to act a radical. I'm going to go and say stuff that is completely out of character and would make me look like I'm crazy. Prince did the same thing. Prince wanted to get out of his contract because he knew he was getting screwed. Prince wanted to own all the rights to his music because Prince had a studio in his house. And Prince can play all these instruments. He had his own band. But the company wanted to keep a hold of Prince and get all of their money, even though Prince wasn't using their money to make the music. He wasn't using their budget, but they were taking their cut like he was using their budget. He was like, why can't we renegotiate? And they were like, no. Michael too. Michael was like, I need to get out of here. So he started acting a radical. And whenever all of a sudden you're acting a radical, it's because you're trying to get away from something. You see what it really is, and you need to get the hell out of there. So you do something to make them separate you from them, usually without a bunch of, legal jargon into it. You want to get let go? Yeah, we can't. You're bad for business. We need to let you go. Mariah Carey did the same thing. Remember when Mariah Carey was running around half naked and she showed up on MTV unannounced? They were like in the middle of a show and she walked in on them while they were showing. Belly out, skimpy clothes on. She started what? Acting a radical. Britney Spears, acting a radical. Now you find out Britney wanted to get out of her contract because her parents were the one taking all of her money. Macaulay Culkin sued his parents. Shia LaBeouf. That's how you get out of these contracts. You start acting a radical. And then the public sees what you're doing and they know who you're attached to. They paid Mariah Carey $36 million to leave. She turned around the next year and had 5 #1 hits. Ain't wore skimpy clothing ever since. Ain't did it. Turned around and got married and had kids. Dave Chappelle came back. He started doing concerts inside of dive bars. Just fine. Martin Lawrence went right back to movies. Just fine. This is how you get out of these contracts. Kanye West is going to bounce back. He's going to be a billionaire again. I probably a year, maybe a year, maybe. I say after this time next year, he'll probably have at least 1.5 back. And I'm gonna tell you something. Kanye West was he was 3.5 in assets. He was 120 million liquid. What do you think is going to happen? He's going to be like 1.5 liquid. Then they're going to have to bargain with him and give him assets that he can sell if he wants. Because when he sues them, he can sue them. Okay, so so when he sues them, they're going to have to structure how to, especially being that some of them these companies are falling, right? So if he goes after the catering company who's been falling all year, and he says, your stocks right now are at what, 54 point something? You were at 80 at the beginning of the year. So let's just say we go into next year, right? When it all comes to fruition, they're in and out of court, whatever. And he says, listen, you can't afford to pay me, even though they probably have all this cash. But in order to keep their companies afloat, he's going to, because he already knows the inside, he's going to go, you can't afford to pay me the money that I lost. Imagine this now. They went in and tried to take his IP. They changed their shoes from Yeezys to whatever. What is the amount of loss that he has taken since Balenciaga's cut him off? Not Balenciaga, but Adidas has cut him off. Now multiply that by each month. You see what's happening? It's the same thing that happened to Kyrie Irving. Kyrie said, I'm not getting the job, so they said, you're out of here. Gotta go. But they didn't fire him. Now it turns out that he's right. So everybody who, so they're saying all you companies who got rid of these people and stuff and all, along that line, you owe them back pay. So now they owe Kyrie Irving millions of dollars. Now put that on a Kanye West scale. Now you see where I'm going? They're going to owe him all this, and it's all going to be liquid. And the reason why it's going to be liquid is because it's going to be acquired in sales. It's going to be what I would have sold, which is different from what he already had. The money that he had with them wasn't what he already sold. It was what he would have sold. That was equaling his net worth. If I sell all this, I'll be worth 3.5. Over a certain amount of time. Now you got to pay me in cash what I would have sold if none of this would have happened. Which is a hell of a lot of money. So that's where I come up with about 1.5. So they're going to have to pay him 1.5. And then if they don't want to have anything to do with his company, they're going to have to buy his name out because that's his intellectual property. And that's when he's probably going to hit him in the head for another 2 bill. But what he's probably going to go is, you can't afford to pay me that. You can't afford to pay me that 2.1 billion. He's probably going to look at their stock, and he's probably going to buy part of their companies. He's probably going to buy some of it outright. And then he might come out with his own shoe brand. And then if look, this is the beautiful thing about it. Listen where I'm going with this. They can't afford to pay him, right? Because their stocks are falling. So they don't want to lose all that buying power, especially the way stocks work. And this is a company that doesn't give out dividends. So what he's going to do is he's going to look at it and say, give me so much in cash, give me the option to buy. If you give him the option to buy product, he's going to buy material. So let's look at what they did. They took his shoe and they changed the name of his shoe. This is what Adidas did. They changed the name of his shoe, but they kept the shoe. They just changed the name. He's going to do the same thing, the opposite. Except they're not going to have any power over what he does when he gets all of his shoes. He's just going to he's going to use the money, set himself up, and have his own shoe company. I'm trying to tell you, if I'm lying, I'm flying. If I'm lying, I'm flying. If I'm lying, I'm motherfreaking flying. You can't lose $3 million in a week and think that that man can't have his own shoe. If I'm lying, if you heard it right here first. He's gonna have his own shoe. It's gonna be his. Nobody is going, because he knows that they're after his IP, which means I know how valuable that I am. If you use Jewish lawyers to come in here and try to rewrite a contract behind my back, then that tells me that I am valuable. And I'm more valuable than you think. If you're afraid, you did this out of fear. You're afraid. And they were right. And the stock market shows that they were right. They were correct. They're afraid. You did it out of fear. We can't lose that. We can't lose it. We can't do it. You can't tell me that man can't set up his own company. That's what he's going to do. And it's going to sell. And it's going to sell. I had a brother, I sold a refrigerator, and and he said, we ain't wearing nothing Adidas, don't you? I was like, yeah, I'll wear it anyway. He's like, yeah, we ain't doing none of that. Kanye is the people. He's going to set up his own business, and he's going to sell shoes that are well made for like a half decent price. They're not going to be $300, $400 shoes. They're going to be like $59.99. And he's going to sell out of them in a very, very, very short time. And every time he opens up, it's going to be like the Jordans just came out. He's just going to keep doing it because he's going to have access to a factory. He already has his own ideas. There's people who left Balenciaga because they don't want nothing to do with what Balenciaga is about. What makes you think there's people who are not going to leave Adidas? What makes you think that Kanye West can't call on designers from all over the world and get them on a plane and design something in the same factory all these other shoes are made. What makes you think it ain't gonna happen? He had people wearing plastic shoes with holes in them. Ugliest shoe I ever saw. He had people paying $300 for them. Except he didn't own everything. But after the courts are finished, he's going to own everything. I own it. Adidas can't come in and take anything. Nobody can put their hands on it. I own it. It's all mine. That's what's going to happen. And it's your boy Tone 202. You guys have a good evening. Thanks for sticking with me on my birthday. God bless you all. Peace.